Too, a bit, honestly.
This is really high. All right, I'm just gonna read it from here and y'all are gonna deal with me. All right, so welcome to the May 7th, 2026 meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Planning Commission. If you're watching this meeting on YouTube, you'll find the meeting agenda at accgov.com/planning. For those of you here in person, there's a sign-in sheet and copies of the agenda on the table by the door. So here's the process for the items on the agenda. First, staff will make a presentation. Then we move to public comment in support of the application. We allow 10 minutes for the applicant to address the commission, followed by the members of the public speaking in favor, who receive 3 minutes each. After comments in support of the application, we move to comments in opposition. All speakers receive 3 minutes, but if you're here representing a specific interest group, such as a homeowners association, and we've had two requests for one request per item on the agenda for this, we may allocate the appropriate amount of time, which is 10 minutes. When addressing the commission, please provide your name, address, and nature of your interest in the project. After public comment, the applicant or their representative may request a 2-minute response. Please note the timer. It will display a yellow light when you have 30 seconds left and a red light when your time has expired. Once we've heard from members of the public, the Planning Commission will discuss the item. We will not receive additional public comments unless there is a specific question to be addressed. Exhibits may be displayed by the applicants or the public at the podium. Written correspondence received by noon yesterday has been forwarded to the commission. I promise you all we got it, and has been placed into the record. Any additional written materials to be placed into the record must be read during public comment. Please direct your comments to the Planning Commission and not to the applicants, and please refrain from applauding or jeering any of the speakers. And finally, please note that this meeting is being broadcast live and our microphones are sensitive. Please silence yourself. Can you say something about the first item too? If I can say something. The house, that's not good.
Yes.
Yes. I also want to note, for those of you who are here for the first item, just a reminder, like, it's here for comments. So we will not be making any decisions. There will not be any votes on that tonight. So we are glad that you're here. We want to hear what you have to say, but like, don't feel like this is the last stop on this journey. Okay, so thanks. All right, can I have a motion to introduce staff report?
I moved.
Somewhere. All in favor? Aye. All right. Motion to approve the minutes from the April meeting. So moved. Okay.
Good.
Okay, all right. All those in favor, say aye. May court. Okay, is there anybody here to comment on May court? All right. Okay, so we'll move to our new business. Item number 1, 1490 Whit Davis Road.
Okay, I'm presenting the staff report for 1490 Whit Davis Road. This is in case number 2026-04-0646. So the type 1 request before you for comments only. The applicant has requested a change to the zoning map from RS25 to AR. This also requires a change to the future land use map from single-family residential to rural. The subject property is 9.48 acres in total. The surrounding area is mostly single-family residential subdivisions, with the exception of the property to the north, which is Whit Davis Elementary School. The current future land use shows that the subject property as well as surrounding properties are largely single-family residential. The school is obviously government. The request is to change the future land use to rural for the one property. The zoning shown here is RS25 with government to the north. The request is to rezone to AR. The RS25 currently is in keeping with the residential character of the area and as well as the property itself. The rezone will create an isolated district. Property also does not meet the 10-acre minimum size requirement for AR zoning and would require a waiver or a variance. Zooming out a little bit here, you can see that the nearest AR to the east is off of Old Lexington Road and to the south, Barnett Shoals Road. There's a stream and an associated 75-foot riparian buffer on the north corner of the property. Here's the site plan. It shows the location of the house and outbuildings. The proposal states that the property will remain primarily residential while hosting small private events. The location for these events is unspecified on the plan. Rural events facilities are permitted in AR zones, but only with a special use permit. So the staff finds that this project is partially compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. It does encourage the preservation and adaptive reuse of historic structures, though the house has and will continue to be residential. So this really applies just to the outbuildings. It does not, though, encourage, or it does not cooperate with CCSD to support or to select beneficial sites for schools and support appropriate land uses for adjacent properties. It also does not meet stated housing goals of increasing increasing supply or variety of housing, or by providing access to affordable housing. The intention of the request is to create a rural event space. It's this component of the request that is not compatible with the existing single-family character of the property or of the surrounding area. The proposed future land use change is not compatible with surrounding single-family residential, and the zoning would create an isolated AR district. This concludes the staff report.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm Kaylin Kittle and the residential studio lead for SPG Planners and Engineers. Our office is located at 1725 Electric Avenue, Suite 320 in Watkinsville, Georgia. I'm here on behalf of my clients, homeowners Mark and Mindy Berdal, and the request to rezone their property at 1490 Whit Davis Road from RS 25 to downzone to AR agricultural residential zoning. As you just learned, this property is surrounded by Whit Davis Elementary School to the north and to the east, as well as adjacent to Hunters Ridge neighborhood to the south and Lexington Estates neighborhood to the west. The site has a single point of access from Whit Davis Road, and it does not connect to the surrounding adjacent neighborhoods. While this request could be considered a spot zoning and would require an amendment to the future land use map, this property is notably larger than the surrounding RS 25 parcel and is consistent in scale with nearby agricultural residential properties, though slightly below the 10-acre recommended minimum. However, what makes this property especially significant is its history. This site dates back to the early 1800s, predating the Athens-Clarke County zoning code, and is believed to be one of the oldest remaining home sites in the county. Originally established by the Dean family around 1800, the property contains the original homestead, kitchen barn, and carriage barn of the estate. Here on the 1893 map of Athens-Clarke County, 1490 Whit Davis Road is identified under the name Joel Dean in that small red circle there. The Dean family stewarded this pastoral homestead for generations. Historic photographs showcase cherished family memories on the property, and this family memory drawing on the right side reflects a landscape and layout that still resonates today. The property was later owned by the Dillard family beginning in the 90s, who continued to care for it through several decades before the Berdals purchased the property in 2024. Since acquiring the property, the Berdals have formed close relationships with both the Dean and Dillard families and have been deeply moved by their stories and connection to the land. Members of both families are here this evening in support of this rezoning request, which aims to preserve the property's historic and agrarian character. This is a beloved family home and will continue to be as the Berdals' personal primary residence. They are currently undergoing a thoughtful renovation that prioritizes preservation of the site's historic integrity. Original structures, including the main house, which is in the very center of the site, shown with the small letter A, the kitchen barn, which is to the north of the home, and the carriage barn that's in the bottom southwest corner of the property, and an art studio are being carefully restored with an emphasis on retaining architectural character and reusing original materials wherever possible. A formal garden will be incorporated to the east of the home, which is inspired by the previous owner's garden in the same location. Additional improvements are complementary in nature, including a new detached garage with a driveway extension and a swimming pool with private patio terrace for the Berdals family. In order to preserve the main house's historic architectural features, While accommodating additional living space for the Burdals visiting children, the house was carefully lifted to incorporate a basement as shown in these images. During construction, the original Dean family cabin, constructed of longleaf pine with a fieldstone foundation, was uncovered, along with the historic kitchen barn of similar wood peg construction. Discoveries like this underscore the remarkable historic value of this site. As the architectural elevation and site plan show, the overall design approach is to preserve the historic integrity of the site while creating fluid connectivity between each structure and highlighting the pastoral beauty of the site. The request to rezone to agricultural residential is intended to support this preservation effort and allow for appropriate low-impact use consistent with the property's history. Specifically, the rezone would preserve the original homestead and pastoral character of the site by keeping the remaining 9.48 acre historic estate intact as one single parcel. It would allow the existing non-conforming barn structures to remain and function cohesively with the main residence and new garage. It would permit small-scale equestrian use and continued agricultural activity. It would also allow for the future construction of an accessory dwelling unit to support an aging family member. And last, it would provide the opportunity through a special use permit to host occasional small-scale events, such as a historic home tour, school field trip, or small family gatherings. In closing, the request is not about changing the character of the property, it's about protecting it. The Burdals are committed to honoring the legacy of this land while ensuring it remains a vibrant, lived-in family home for generations to come. And we appreciate your time and consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Now we will hear from anybody else in support of the application.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Burdall. My husband, Mark Burdall, and I are the owners of 1490 Whit Davis Road here in Athens. Kaylin has done an excellent job of really touching on basically anything I was going to say, but I will just give you a little bit of more support information about who we are and what we are. We relocated to the Athens area after 22 years of living in Peachtree City, Georgia, and raising our children there. We moved here with the intention of having a smaller, quiet lifestyle and having a chance to be out of a suburban neighborhood and use my background here at the University of Georgia in history and preservation to actually preserve something. The added benefit is that our middle son attends the University of Georgia. Our younger daughter is a soccer player, goalkeeper for Emmanuel University in Franklin Springs. So it sort of was a nice, meeting point of a lot of things that held our interest to us. So we made the purchase almost 2 years ago now, hard to believe. We have been renting in the 5 Points area for the last year and working diligently on the home. The blessing about all of this has been moving here and not having any kind of network whatsoever, besides a few college friends who did the same thing after their kids when they were empty nesters. We stumbled upon a wonderful team of people from Todd Burton to Hardy Morris to Kaylin Kittle to make this come true. Because we are no experts in renovation besides weekend warrior projects, and I have a design background, but no true preservation experts by any stretch of the imagination. This has been an absolute godsend and a way to really be connected with the area, with the interest of Athens, Georgia, the history of the area, on top of which a very unique situation in the fact that we're only the third owner in 236 years to be exact. This was a Revolutionary War grant of a piece of land from 1790, a land lottery. It was one purchased by Charles Dean, who is the ancestor of 7 generations to live in the home after him, including my neighbors who actually are an RS property residential, and they are on Whit Davis Road. They're 2 driveways down from me. That wasn't included in that earlier. Through that connection, the people we bought the house from, the Dillards, who are a longtime family from the Athens, Georgia area, were lovely. And they were so happy that when they heard from the real estate agent that we were going to indeed save the house and not intend to, someone to purchase it and remove the home or sell to the developer,
They were very supportive and we've gotten to know them. And the blessing about this is we now get to call them friends as well as their extended family, as well as the Dean sisters who were the last two generation to grow up in the home. Through that, we get together, we have lunches, they've shared pictures. They're the first person to see anything that we do, any decision we make. They'll be the first person to be back there the day the last board is done and the last piece of blue paint tape is removed. They have made this a blessing and a joy. All I can do is just reiterate one more time that this is indeed a private, single-family home with the intention to preserve the history of the property, to be able to, in RS designation, use several historic structures on site without having to remove them, but also accommodate for what we want to do as far as family life, have a garage, therefore we're adding a structure. So that is, thank you for allowing your time for me to speak. Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support of the application? All right, anybody here to speak in opposition? Oh, we do have one person to start off to speak in, yes, you go ahead. We have a neighborhood representative.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Cass Hall. I live in Hunters Ridge at 336 Deer Trigger Landing. I moved to the United States of America in 2020 to take a position as a professor of astrophysics at the University of Georgia. This year, I'll be eligible to apply for American citizenship, and I plan on spending the rest of my life here. I am here tonight to ask you to deny two things: the proposed rezoning of 1490 Whit Davis Road from RS25 to AR, and its special use. I am speaking not only as a nearby resident, but also on behalf of 58 signatories to this petition who do not want this rezoning and special use to go ahead. I want to start by saying that I understand why people care about this property. I understand the desire to preserve a historic home. I understand that the current owners may be sincere, well-intentioned, and trying to find a way to care for their property and their family. But this decision is not only about the current owners. It is about the zoning of the land and about what uses become possible once that zoning is changed. This decision should therefore be about the long-term impact on the surrounding neighbourhoods. The application presents this as a residential rezoning, but the documents tell a different story. The pre-application materials specifically ask about accommodating weddings or other small events on the property. The planning report states that AR zoning would allow limited, low-impact event use, and also says that the current RS25 zoning does not permit the event use envisioned by the applicant. So this is not simply about preserving an historic home. This is about changing the zoning to allow event use in the middle of an established residential neighbourhood. That is why residents are concerned. Weddings and events are not ordinary residential use. They're not the same as having family over for dinner or hosting a birthday party in your backyard. Many years ago, I worked at a wedding venue. I have first-hand experience of just how disruptive even the quietest of weddings are. Weddings involve vendors, caterers, florists, rental companies, amplified music, microphones, DJs, setup, breakdown, deliveries, and groups of guests arriving and leaving at the same time. Even a small wedding can be in concentrated traffic, parking pressure, noise, lights, and late night activity. The application also acknowledges that Whit Davis Road is the only access point to the property. That means every event, every caterer, every florist, every rental company, every rideshare, every guest, every DJ would use the same residential road and the same school adjacent corridor. The planning report estimates fewer than 15 daily trips, but that does not reflect the practical reality of event traffic. Event traffic does not come evenly spread throughout the day. It's in bursts, people arriving to unload, guests arriving all at once, cars leaving all at once, and cleanup crews departing later. This is especially concerning because this property is not isolated. The surrounding area is predominantly residential. The applicant's own report says the property is bordered by Hunters Ridge and Lexington Estates, both zoned RS25, and that it is directly adjacent to Whit Davis Elementary School. This is next to homes, families, children, and a public elementary school. It's not the right place to introduce event venue use. The site plan also shows that this is not a passive preservation effort. It shows new drives, parking, outdoor gathering areas, use of existing structures. The report also acknowledges that stormwater management still needs coordination with public works, and these are real impacts, not hypothetical ones. I have in my possession a petition from nearby residents in Hunters Ridge and Waverley Woods with 58 signatures opposing this rezoning. Of the 60 households who opened their doors when I knocked, only 2 did not sign. 1 household was moving that day, and 1 household was personally friendly with the owners. This means that if we take the 60 people sampled as representative of our neighbourhood, 97% of residents do not want this rezoning and special use to go ahead. This message is clear. Please do not move forward with this. I also want to be very clear that this is not an attack on the current owners as people. They seem like very nice people. They may be completely sincere and they may fully intend to be good neighbours. But zoning is not based on personal promises and it should not depend on personal trust. Rezoning is permanent. It runs with the land. It will outlive the current owners, their current plans, and their current assurances and intentions. Even if the current owners are well-intentioned today, they could legally change their plans tomorrow and hold weddings every weekend with vendors, DJs, music, guests, traffic. At this point, nearby residents would have very little recourse because the use we objected to would already have been enabled by the rezoning. That is why this decision has to be made based on what the zoning allows, not what the current owners say they intend to do. Life changes, people move. I know that personally. I thought I would spend my life in the UK. If you had asked me 8 years ago where I would be now, I would have answered very truthfully England. I did not imagine that I would get to live my own American dream right here in Athens. But life took me somewhere unexpected, and I'm grateful that it did. None of us can guarantee where life will take us. The owners of 1490 cannot guarantee that they will own this property forever, even if it is their intention. So the question before you is not only whether these owners intend to keep things peaceful, the question is what happens when the property changes hands? What happens when the next owner sees not just a family home, but a rezoned property with event venue potential? Will the next owner keep faith with the neighbourhood? Will they protect the peace and quiet of Hunters Ridge, Lexington Estates, Whit Davis Road and Waverley Woods? In today's world, I doubt it very much. Furthermore, as we all learned at the town hall, there are multiple ways for the owners of 1490 to achieve their goals without rezoning. They can apply for variances for the individual structures. A small parcel of land could be sold to Mindy's father for his standalone house, and then incorporated back into the property on his passing, which, God willing, I hope is not for many, many years. It matters because this rezoning is not the only path forward. The owners have other options. They can preserve the historic home and explore legal solutions for the existing structures. They can pursue their family goals without permanently changing the zoning of this property and placing the burden of worry about our future peace on surrounding residents. They can even apply for a special use permit to host 1 or 2 weddings a year if that is truly the scale of what they intend. The inconvenience, scrutiny and delay of that process would serve as a built-in safeguard against the property gradually becoming a regular event venue. By contrast, rezoning the entire property to AR removes that safeguard. The fairest compromise is not to permanently rezone this property over the objections of the neighbourhood. The fairest compromise is to deny the rezoning, protect the 58 nearby residents who signed this petition, and allow the owners of 1490 to pursue the alternative options that I have just discussed. These options are very clearly available to them. I respect private property, I respect historic preservation, and I respect the current owner's desire to find a path forward. But I also ask you, the planning committee, to respect the residents who live around this property, who will have to hear the music, see the lights, navigate the traffic, and live with the consequences long after this vote is taken. This proposal is incompatible with surrounding residential neighbourhoods. It is opposed by the residents who will be most directly affected, and it is unnecessary for the owners of 1490 to achieve their stated preservation goals because other options exist. Please deny the rezoning of special use of 1490 Whit Davis Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition to the proposal?
Hello, my name is Bram Tucker. I just recently moved to that neighborhood. I live on that 300 Deer Trigger Landing. I must not have been home when the last speaker came by to knock on doors because I certainly would have signed that petition. I just want to echo what the last speaker said and add some personal context. What I want to echo is to say the concern is really about events. And the concern is not about the current use and the current owners, but about what the long-term ramifications would be of rezoning. And the fact that one never knows the future and the current owners cannot predict how long they will be able to hold on to the property. At some point, they will have to sell it, and at some point, it might be a wise commercial decision to sell it. They should be free to do so. But once they sell it as a rezoned property, the future owner could, of course, have big parties every weekend. And that is not something that I moved to the neighborhood for. I've lived in Athens for 20 years. I'm a professor at the university. For the last 20 years, my wife and I lived on Pulaski Street, not far away, just down the street from the mayor. And over the course of the time that we lived on that street, downtown has become increasingly noisy. I remember when what is now Creature Comforts Brewery was the snow tire factory. And when it was the snow factory, you know what I mean, the snow tire place. When it was snow tire, our neighborhood was very quiet, my old neighborhood, Pulaski Street. And now one of the major reasons we moved was the constant, every night, thumping music from downtown, from either the fraternity house on Pulaski Street or from Creature Comforts. Their beer is great, but their music is not great. And all the rest of the downtown. We know that the development of Athens has been more density. And the feeling that you get as someone who wants to live in the city is that if you want quiet, it's hard to find the right place. So we moved out to Deer Trigger Landing, and it is very quiet. And that's the number one thing we value about that neighborhood. I believe that the owners of this property are sincere in their intentions to keep the neighborhood preserved and quiet, but one cannot tell what the future trajectory of that property will be if it is rezoned. So I urge you to vote against the rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone else? Y'all can just come right up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Corey. I'm a resident who is in my front, well, I was on the map a few times. I can stand in my front yard and see the barn and the road that's on the property.
Sorry, what was your last name?
Cuneifer, yes. And I wanted to speak out as opposed to it because I do not believe this property is fitting in the characteristic or appropriateness of the neighborhood. I don't want to have to figure out the liability insurance of an owner or people nearby a school if you have equestrian activities within sight of elementary school students who will be able to see what they're doing if they're out for recess. And I had a school that wouldn't let us outside because of liability issues, and it was something that was not good for the students, not good for the school. However, the other reason is because when I was notified about this proposed rezoning, I notified my father-in-law, whose name is Kenneth Cuneifer, and he is an expert in sound engineering and has helped write the codes and regulations for many counties and cities around Georgia. And he informed me that if this is rezoned, then there is no legal limit to the amount of sound that comes off the property, as any sort of regulation doesn't kick in until you're a certain distance away from the property. So there would be no legal recourse or a way to complain for the residents in the neighborhoods. There'd be no limit to the sound that comes off the property. And I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there. Thank you for the time.
My name is Catherine Mushholt, and I live in Waverly Woods. I speak for many of my neighbors as well. I agree with what everybody has previously said, and we certainly support the historic nature of the renovation that's going on. I think that's wonderful. Waverly Woods is right across the street, and we're all quite aware of how sounds carry because we've already had that experience from further places away from this. So the bigger concern is really the events that might be happening there. And the second concern is if they're no longer there and you change the zoning, somebody else could come in and do something else. One of the things that I have not received satisfactory explanation is this is looking at something that is for a 10-acre minimum, and this property is less than 10 acres. So some people have said, why are we even considering this when it doesn't meet the criteria for the zoning that you're considering? The other thing I would add is it's not only the sounds for me, but we all value the wildlife that is nearby. Waverly Woods is a heavily wooded area and great wildlife. birds and other things, and sounds like that do disturb their natural habitat. So we would ask you to reconsider the possibility of rezoning this area. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good evening. I'm Lyra Rhodes, and I live in Waverly Woods and have lived there for 32 years. The neighborhood is 50 years old. We just celebrated. And part of being in that neighborhood is for the nature, the quiet, the wildlife, the darkness, the whole thing that makes our living there unique. We choose to live there. I have 22 oak trees in my 1 acre lot. We have a huge arbor of birds and foxes and coyotes and things that we keep track of. But we also have a neighborhood. We don't have an association because we don't need one. We live and we work together. We have driveway parties on Friday night. We have a chili cook-off. We have a springtime picnic on a breakfast on the driveway. We help each other when the need is there. We form the meals, or we take them to the hospital, or we take care of the kids, or we feed the pets. We're a neighborhood, and we want to keep it that way. We want the quiet, we want the nurturing, we want the ambience that we have lived at for 50 years. So I am totally against events with one driveway, alcohol, it's there. Our children, our pets, our wildlife, deer already get killed on Whit Davis. Add some more cars and you get more damage on the cars and then on the people. So I really support the idea that we live in a residence and want to stay in a residential area without events, without driveways, with lots of cars. And parking on dirt is not part of what we can do in Athens. I know we've gotten citations in our neighborhood when a car is parked on, not on gravel or in the back of the house. Or so if you have cars parked in the yard, you cannot do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Susan Oberg. I live in Waverly Woods as well, and I'm a former teacher in the Clarke County School District. I have really no problem with restoring a historic property. I have no problem with putting a small residence for an aging parent, but I do have questions regarding what impact this is going to have, not just on the neighborhoods, but on the school district in the future. For example, a lot of people have talked about noise. Is the noise going to affect things that happen during the school day? Will it affect classes? Will it affect kids that are on the playground for gym class? Parking. An event venue that hosts a party between 85 and 150 people could produce cars for 85 to 150 people, plus vehicles for catering and rentals. Where are those vehicles going to go? Are they going to spill over onto the school fields? That will damage and destroy the lawn. And who will be liable for that? The school district or the venue owners? And if security fencing is put in place to try to mitigate that risk, who's going to pay for that? The school district or the venue owners? The other question I have is about alcohol. I'm not a legal expert, but there are laws concerning sale or consumption of alcohol within a certain range of distance to a school property. And I want to know, will those distances be observable? And in the future, if they leave and somebody else puts another, and there's like events every weekend, what's going to happen then? Because there are very strict laws governing the sale and consumption of alcohol near a school property. Lastly, I'd like to address regarding bonfires, open burning, fireworks, and sparklers on the venue property, and any possible unintended consequences of guests moving onto the school playing fields with pyrotechnics. Commonly, event venues in Georgia have abandoned their contracts forbidding fires, open burning, fireworks, or sparklers in order to avoid potential risks. However, it's not always possible that all venue guests will be informed of or follow the restriction on such contracts. If a fire on the school property resulted from the violation, who would be expected to bear the liability for that? The school, district, or the venue owners? So respectfully, I feel possible negative impacts to the surrounding properties overwhelm any possible benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition?
Hey there. My name is Kim Ramos. I live in Waverly Woods, lived there a very long time, and we are asking you to please deny this zoning request. This entire area has long been designated and preserved for single-family residential use. In Athens, we've just completed a planning process for our whole future land use map, and we specifically reaffirmed and designated that this would remain a single-family neighborhood. Our residents of Athens participated in that process in good faith, and we think those carefully considered plans should be respected. This proposed use is also incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. A rural event center would introduce traffic and noise and congestion and disruption into what is a quiet residential areas where we all chose to live specifically because of the peaceful character. They've talked about the wildlife. I have 5 fox kits in between my house and the neighbor next door. They visit my garage every night. They don't want an event center 100 yards out the back door. They don't want that. A lot of us already experience the impact of noise from an AR zoned property that is way further away, and we can hear it inside our homes. Putting another such right outside of our neighborhood would dramatically worsen those conditions for us. It also doesn't fit in the requirements for AR. They need to have the 10 acres and they simply don't have the 10 acres to make that work. So granting this request, despite that deficiency, despite the future land use designation, despite all of these neighbor objections, would amount to a spot zoning, and it's a slippery slope and a troubling precedent that we just don't want. All we're asking is that the county follow its own adopted plans and protect the residential character of our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition?
Hello, my name is Brian Reber. I live at 195 Tamarack Drive in Waverly Woods. And I have more questions, I guess, than statements, but it seems to me like the owner's goals are laudable. But it seems to me like rezoning it isn't required to meet those goals. And let me just pose what it seems to me. The first goal is to keep the parcel intact, to preserve it and maintain the integrity of it and keep it natural. A conservation easement would do that, I believe. Build the father a house on the property. It seems to me that that could be done by carving out a portion, as was mentioned earlier, and either gifting it or selling it for $1 and then bringing it back in when it was no longer needed for that way. There are 2 structures. I was at a meeting Saturday and said that there were 2 structures on the property of barn, and I think a kitchen barn is what it was called, that non-compliant buildings with RS zoning. But that could be dealt with a variance, I believe. I think my wife and I lived for years in a Victorian house in another state. And we regularly had fundraising events for the Historical Society. And that was never a problem with the neighbors because we communicated with them and and they knew that we were doing it for purpose of betterment of the community, which I believe is what their goal is as well. And so I think goodwill goes a long way for that sort of thing. And then finally, hosting weddings and events can be done with permits. I believe the municipal code includes activities on private properties, something that can be permitted. I want to trust the owners, and I understand their goal of succession to their next generation and beyond. But like others have said, life gets in the way sometimes, and a future owner who wants this property to be primarily an event space, other commercial enterprise will have no problem with that if you choose to zone it as they are. The characteristics of the neighborhood have been stated: wooded lots, wildlife, walkable streets, and we believe all this adds value to our property. Not sure how this plan, as it states in the plan, protects adjacent property values, and I don't believe it complements nearby land uses. So I hope that you will take into consideration these other options for meeting the owner's goals.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name is David Scott Stewart. I live at 245 Oak Meadow Drive, which abuts the back of this parcel. I don't have any problems with any of the historical aspects of this, restoring, maintaining, even building another residence. I am concerned about the rezoning. I'm concerned that, that somebody else can come along and do worse. So I just wanted to let you know that I do not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Jay Norton. I live at 115 Three Sugar Place. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jay Norton and I am a homeowner in the Lexington Estates neighborhood. I am here tonight to oppose the rezoning of 1490 Whit Davis Road, and I respectfully ask that the commission deny the application. The families of Lexington Estates and those in the surrounding communities chose to live here for a reason: that it is a quiet, stable, family-filled neighborhood. Rezoning this property to allow for free use as an event venue would permanently and irreversibly change the character of the area, and that is not a change any of us should take lightly. My concerns are practical ones. Event venue means loud music, amplified sound, and crowds of people, often late into the night. It means increased traffic on residential two-lane roads, overflow parking spilling onto residential streets, and congested streets that can block driveways and delay emergency vehicles. It means increased rideshare and taxi traffic at all hours, and it means strangers wandering onto private properties if neighbors ever agreed to any of this. These are not hypothetical concerns. These are well-documented consequences of exactly this type of venue. I also want to speak to what that would mean for the families living nearby. As a parent with a young child, the thought of ongoing disruption to our evenings, weekends, and mostly our sleep is deeply troubling. Our elderly neighbors face the same burden. The stress of never knowing when the next event will upend the peace of our neighborhood is real and not something any family should have to deal with. And finally, this has financial consequences. Event venues have a well-documented negative effect on surrounding property values, as shown by studies done by the Journal of Real Estate Research and data from the National Association of Realtors. The homeowners of this community have made real investments here. This rezoning asks them to bear lasting financial costs for one property owner's desires. Commissioners, I urge you to protect the residents of this community and do not deny this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Great. Oh, okay. We good? I don't want to miss anybody. Okay. All right, cool. So the applicant has 2 minutes for any response that they might want to give.
Hello, again, I'm Kaylin Kittle with SPG Planners and Engineers. And I really appreciate the feedback of the community, and I know that the Burdalls do. It seems that the biggest concern is surrounding the request to allow for small events. And I would like to clarify that that the initial ask today is for the AR zoning designation. We feel that the AR zoning designation would, I would like to reiterate, to preserve the historic nature of this site and preserve the historic structures that are on this site. The Burdalls would be happy with the AR requested zoning without the special use permit. This is their primary residence. This is not intended to be a commercialized event venue. We would also be open to conditions being placed on the special use permit or AR zoning, or have a bonding site plan to ensure that the events that are taking place are appropriate and are acceptable to the surrounding community. We very much appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, so I also wanted to reiterate, I earlier mentioned about how we weren't taking a vote tonight. I wanted to make a note too about the timing of things, because I feel like sometimes people are like, why does government work so slowly? But we had this tonight, it's May. If this comes back in June for a vote, we'll then also have to go before the mayor and commission. There is no mayor and commission meeting in July. So this means we would potentially vote in June, and then it wouldn't be seen by the mayor and commission for a final decision until August. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of the timing of it. If it's like the end of June and you're like, what's going on? It's summer. So that said, let's bring it behind the rail. Who wants to start the discussion?
Bruce, I just have a factual question. We don't often see requests to downzone properties to AR. Is this something that the planning department has seen much of in your tenure?
When we have seen it, it has typically been related to the valuation of the property, where it's a landholder that has no desire in moving on. They want a different tax assessment on their property based on a change in the zoning classification. But no, we haven't had too many instances where anyone's really come forward with a down zone request.
So is it accurate to say that the assessor's office looking at a 9.5 acre RS-25 parcel is gonna look at it, is gonna assess it in part based on development value, or what would be the
development potential plays into their valuation? I'm not really sure in what way or to what extent or how that impacts on a percentage basis, but it is factored in.
And are there many parcels that are under 10 acres that are zoned AR?
Yes.
Or, you know?
Sure. And in those instances, when you're under, the 10 acre minimum is if you were going to create a new lot, that's what you're working for. There's also provision in the AR where you can create a 1 acre lot every 2 years, as long as the parent parcel it's coming from never gets below 10 acres. So there are mechanisms that have recognized that a lot that is less in size than 10 acres is not dissimilar. It's just rather rare. And there are only certain circumstances where that could play out. But we have had properties, and we do have properties zoned AR that are less than 10 acres in size.
I guess I also have one question for the applicant, and I don't know if this is for the owner or the engineer. But you talked about the advantages of rezoning to AR being that it facilitates the preservation, or I'm trying to use the same words you did, but along those lines. Can you say a little bit more about that? What is it about the RS-25 zoning that complicates the preservation intention?
I'm not becoming an expert on zoning in Athens, but I feel like I'm getting close. With RS, my understanding is that you are limited to 3 structures and you can only, on RS, you can only have 1 primary residence. You couldn't have a second home. And I want to keep as much of this land intact. So the simple solution presented of people saying that I could just sell it for $1 to my dad. I don't want to go through the legality of that. I don't want it to be in someone else's name other than our name. I want it to keep, this is the last tract of that land. So I think it has a lot of history to Athens, Georgia, but RS limits you to 3 structures. And so we already have 6 or 7. And in order to use some of the ones that are older, I have to remove things. Now I built a garage. We've chosen to do that because we want to house our cars. But RS does not allow for that. Another thing that's not been touched at is if I want to actually have horses, RS is not allowed for that as well. I do have a pasture that's fenced. So there are other factors. Unfortunately, in the last few weeks, we were sort of the last one to know about a lot of the neighbors and the thought process. They took to social media, Reddit, and their neighborhood blogs and whatnot. And so I think understandably, if I was someone who didn't know what I'm saying or what this is the truth, I would be worried. But everyone is so caught up on this whole idea of an event center and a wedding center. It doesn't matter how many times I tell you this, several of them I met previously on Saturday. It just doesn't matter. And there are, and I can't speak to this as well as SPG could, but there are self-limiting factors on AR that we're trying, the very thing that everyone's concerned about is the one thing that we would be concerned about. We never want happening on that property, hence the application to do this. We do not want to run a business there. I'm 3 adult children. I want my family to be there. Where this has gotten mired up is that the special use overlay, which again does not pertain to this meeting in particular. And the wordage on that form actually is ACC's wording, not ours. So when we filled out that form and that question, a lot of people saw that and hence a lot of the misunderstanding. But docs, like they tried to dox my personal information. They actively put on public for how much we paid for our last house and how much it sold for. They tried to dox my husband's salary. They've threatened my property. They legally fit the definition of harassment. So I do have an attorney. So I have all the receipts for that. I have all the screenshots and I have read the letter of the law and then those actually do check many of the boxes for that. But I cannot reiterate again, it is not an event center. It is our home. A lot of people in their pushback online said that we're paving the parking lot that belongs to Whit Davis Elementary, that we're parking on dirt. Not, a lot of these things are just false. It's from a sense of being worried. I understand. But in any way, shape, or form, I've been told that I'm going to be a threat to children, putting drunk drivers on the road, littering. My favorite one is I'm taking away the value from East Side restaurants because my place is going to be so cool and groovy. Everyone's going to come there to eat. My girlfriend has offered to get me a Kiss the Chef apron because I barely struggle to pick my own family dinner at this point. I'm not offering food. It is just my house. It is our home. Some of the opposition here present had said things online, such as the fact that it's proof positive it's an event center because we have a pool in that kitchen building. The kitchen is, if everyone's been to Williamsburg, is that building they used to put back in your yard so your house wouldn't burn. It is remarkable that we even have that.
I understand.
Yes, ma'am. But so it is not an event center.
We'll bring you up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So just one more question. No, I'm sorry, not for you, it's for Bruce. Looking at the code, my understanding is that all what I've heard from all of the neighbors is concern about an event center. Looking at the code, it looks like that requires a special use permit. Is there any reason that the future land use change and the rezoning to AR that wouldn't permit anything like an events center, right? Unless an additional decision were made by the county to grant a special use permit.
Correct. It would take that third decision to allow for the special event center, the rural event facility.
Okay. And is there any reason why a special use permit needs to be granted for any of the other stuff, for the buildings or the other stuff if this were AR?
No, no. And, current conditions are not illegal. This would be viewed as legal non-conforming. I think where there is a pinch point on making improvements on the property is adding yet another accessory building. But the ones that were there previously and prior to the code being worded the way that it is, those are fine. They just don't conform with what the rules are today. As far as other categories of zoning that would allow for pasture and for horses, RS 40 is a zoning classification that is RS that allows for to have horses. There's a cap on the number of animals per acre. So there are other ways to kind of go about this, I think. The addition of a guest house is permitted by right. The problem is it's running up against the number of other homes or structures that are on the property, not homes, but structures. So the variance path is a viable path to address that question. So I'm taking your question and kind of peeling off some layers.
That's good, because I was gonna ask about variances.
okay.
So that's good. Let me, just to wrap up that,
I would also say there is the ability to subdivide. With the private drive, 3 lots could be served as long as each of those lots meets the minimum square footage for the zone, which a 9-acre tract would allow for some additional lots to be created there by right. So that, and it wouldn't require a second entrance. The current drive could be sufficient to handle that.
okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess I'm persuaded that this is not a great space for a events venue. Everything else seems pretty reasonable in terms of the preservation and the owner's desired use. And so I don't think that I'm interested in hearing what everyone else has to say. My preliminary thought is, I don't think that I would support a special use permit for an events space, but all of the other concerns seem to be addressed by, all the concerns I've heard seem to be addressed by not granting a special use permit, and rezoning to AR doesn't seem unreasonable in light of the unusual nature of the property at nearly 10 acres, you know.
In the interest of focusing on the future land use of changing it from single family to agriculture, right? Or have to rural, sorry, from single family residential to rural.
Mhm.
So that's what I would, so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm interested in hearing what everyone else has to say. I'm open-minded to that.
Oh, no, I didn't really have a lot to add. Just I was curious if variances would be a good path. I don't know if, like, you know, we're talking about the text amendment later. I don't know if that would offer any relief if something like that was passed for them to be able to have an accessory house. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of other paths maybe. I don't know if I'm super on board with the change in the future land use. You know, because it would be kind of creating like a unique spot, but yeah, I would almost like to see some other avenues pursued, maybe before rezoning.
I'll get you one second. I just want to clarify. So as the 9.5 acre lot is now, I couldn't have a horse on that. Because it's
In RS 25?
RS 25.
Yes.
I'm asking because as someone who grew up on a 3-acre piece of land and we had a couple horses, like, I just find it amazing that I couldn't have a horse on that much land. But it's about the zoning, right? So you're saying like a RS 40 is what, like 5 acres? Like that?
40,000, it's an acre.
I'm sorry, agriculture is allowed in RS 25 and RS 40 with a limitation. That limitation is the keeping of livestock is allowed, provided that no livestock shall be kept on any lot that is less than an acre in area.
Okay.
2, no more than 2 head of livestock over the age of 6 months may be allowed per acre. And 3, if there's a barn or stable or other building or structure to house that livestock, it can't be located closer than 50 feet to any property line. So it has to be inward to the site.
You have to have enough space.
That's right. So I misspoke. What I was talking about with RS 40 does apply for RS 25. So the current zoning would allow for at a rate of 2 head of livestock, which a horse is not livestock. I don't want to confuse that issue. 2 horses per acre, assuming that that works out functionally, but the zoning would not preclude that. That
Yeah.
answer your
What
question?
you just said applies to RS-25 and RS-40.
And RS-40, yes.
Yeah. So getting back into the land use of single-family residential versus rural. I mean, to me, rural, given that it is a farm and it's always been a farm, I think it's interesting this is coming up right after we finished the brand new future land use, even though this is from the old one, but it hasn't changed. Anyway, yes, Jennifer.
I mean, I'm with you on that, and it seems the spot zoning is not ideal. But the worst case scenario, if it's left the way it is and not downzoned to AR, it could be turned into more single-family homes. But I think I remember from the staff report that that's not possible because of the one entrance. So this could never be sliced and diced into 20 homes.
Not 20.
It could be
Two
3.
additional, right.
Two additional homes. And if we downzoned it to AR, then is it only 2? Because it's like 1 per 5 acres or 1. So what would be the cap of?
So with this lot being under 10 acres in size, if it were rezoned to AR, it could not be subdivided.
So it
The way
does
code is
give
worded today.
some level of protection for the existing structure to keep the historic integrity because it could not be subdivided further.
I was just gonna add that, I mean, preserving the structure is great and everything, but it is right next door to a school, so it might not be a bad place to have future residences.
At the sake of the historic nature of the property though?
Well, no, I mean, like saving the house and everything, but I'm just saying, infill development.
Yeah, while
Financially viable to build 2 houses. Oh, sorry.
while I appreciate the owners wanting to preserve their land and reuse the existing structures, I think we have to be really careful about making these kind of decisions, especially with the implementation of the new future land use map. It is very intentional and we want to provide consistency. And if we're going to do that, we need to start consistent. The other part is it doesn't address one of our most critical needs, which is affordable housing. So all of those things are part of the future land use map's goals, and this does not match that. It's clearly stated here. So for me, it's a no.
I think it seems like by the nature of the parcel and the property that it wouldn't be financially viable to build more, because if you can only build, what, 2 more? You could build 2 more homes on the property, is that correct? I don't know. No developer is going to come in there. If the family wanted to do it, maybe. So I don't think you have a real opportunity, unfortunately, to affordable housing or any other housing that really moves the needle. So as far as what can be done with property preservation seems like the main goal. I think I don't have an issue with that. I get the slippery slope of we just had the future land use map come out and all of a sudden here we are with this kind of conundrum with changing it and spot zoning. So I'm iffy on that, but I think without the special use permit, I don't think that would be damaging to the surrounding community to me.
I've got another question for you, Bruce. My biggest concern, again, we're looking at future land use, so event space is not in my head right now. It doesn't need to be. But we're now, call it whatever you want. It's going to become farmland as far as the future land use goes. And my concern would be how many more? You've gone over some RS this and RS that, 25 and 40, how many animals per acre, et cetera. But once we start making this agricultural, how many more cows can be on that property if it were to go all the way through the zoning?
I see.
Cows, horses, anything that goes to the bathroom outside.
The agricultural use would be unlimited if zoned AR. So there is no cap of any sort like that. It would just be whatever practical limit there is.
I thought that was the answer. I just wanted to make sure. That's why I'm not for it.
Could it be like a lot? Well, I guess that would be commercial use, but yeah, that's a good point. Like you could have tons of cows there.
Yeah, and that's not a fit.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm curious about some neighbor concerns. I'm not gonna pretend like we're not talking about the event venue as well. I understand that this is about land use first and foremost. But I do have some questions because that's what the neighbors are talking about. And so I do think it's relevant. But one thing I want to know is when the neighbors are talking about already having a problem with a nearby AR zone property, what are they talking about? The fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw a mention in the comments.
Yes, what loud uses are allowed by right in an AR zone?
What are the allowed
What are
uses?
the noisy uses
The noisy uses.
that are allowed by right without a special use permit?
I mean, I would argue any use at some point can make noise that's offensive.
Yeah.
So for me to tell you which uses might be allowed and which ones may not, that's a tough ask.
That's okay.
I mean,
What might be talking about? if
major
like
event
special use
entertainment
permit?
or commercial outdoor major event entertainment not permitted in the AR.
Okay,
Commercial outdoor recreation, which we have later on the agenda tonight, is a special use. I guess those
In
would be
the
the two
AR.
obvious in the AR, right?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Matt, you're on the right track of, I don't see anywhere in the application where the applicant said requested a special use permit. I literally don't see that. Is it in the application? Like, I see the future land use request in the move zone. I don't see an application for a special use permit as part of our packet. So was it in there? And I'm just, yeah,
At this point, the application itself, it had the three parts to it, but the analysis, the staff report at this point is only focusing on the future land use, yeah.
okay. But I think Matt's on the right track, or I agree with the track you're on that, which is that it doesn't seem like the special event part of this, we're trying to focus primarily on land use. It does seem like there's other land use solutions. Because everything else that can be, that the applicant says they want to do, I think can be to some extent accomplished with an RS 40 rezone. And I mean, I would say this is a really unique piece of property. Like, I didn't really realize I didn't know about this property and this super old, this history. So I think I would like to see something that does preserve the property. Like, as much as I'm always interested in advocating for housing, not really right here. It is kind of special. And anyway, so I think AR might be, it does seem like there are some uses with AR on this property that not even the applicant wants or is interested in. So I feel like this nut could be cracked a different way.
Yeah, I guess we just, to kind of bring it full circle, from what I'm hearing, it does seem like perhaps I'm hearing a lot of support for the applicant's goals and yet concern about whether the application that's for us is the best way to achieve those goals or the only way to achieve those goals, or if there might not be a different way to achieve it, like through the variance process to allow an additional structure without changing the zoning, for instance. So it's up to the applicant, of course, whether when we see something for comments, they can bring it back the following month for a vote, or they can revise it and submit something different. I guess I would encourage the applicant to just kind of look at whether there's a slightly different way to achieve your goals that would not raise some of the concerns that you.
Good. All right. Thank you. Right, thanks y'all for part of the discussion. Now we're gonna go to item number, what's the name of this? 145, Fort Allen Parkway.
That's what I was thinking too, I was gonna go back to the like.
Got into that, I realized I could actually.
Like,
Another way.
You know, more than I was doing. Zoning, yeah, I really don't like reading little. They are amazing. Who knows, like 100, they might want to build some. Still think. Historic.
I have a 10-year-old at home. Need to get home, so. Go.
All right, our next case is 145 Hayward Island Parkway. This is a special use request, 2026-040658. Since we have written this report, we have spoken with the applicant. I'm going to allow the applicant to talk about anything they have in response to our report. I will say that a few things have come up, and I will point those parts out that pertain, but I'm going to be presenting what was turned into us just about a month ago. So this is a special use request in the commercial general zone. The request is to allow for ground floor residential in a commercial zone. The proposal, as we see it, is a mixed-use residential community with some variety in the housing that they are proposing. They are proposing 103 dwelling units on just over 7.5 acres. They would like to have an approximately 1,000 square foot neighborhood commercial space in the front up by Hayward Island Parkway. And then they're showing 177 parking spaces with a combination of surface, on-street, and then some park under units here in the multifamily variety. They additionally have 4 variance requests. Those are for conserved canopy, to decrease parking. We have this large development requirements that has a plaza requirement, and I will go over that a little bit when we see the site plan. And then developments over 250 daily trips per the zoning code require a second point of access. They're asking to take that down to a single point of access. Click on it for me, Rob. Thank you, sir. Okay, so here is the aerial of the site. We are right behind Hayward Allen Toyota, which is the roof you can see there in front. We have an extension if you have been out to the site or if you have been following along for the last year or so. We have a residential community coming in back here that got rezoned, I believe in 2025. That community was required to extend this public right-of-way, which is Hayward Island Parkway, to come out and eventually connect to this, which is the Preserve Drive. The Preserve Drive connects through a few multifamily communities over to Mitchell Bridge Road, and then Hayward Island Parkway comes out to a signalized intersection at Atlanta Highway, just a little past the Epps Bridge Parkway split. We've got a property that was cleared a long time ago. There is a stormwater facility that has been put in here. So we have a bit of volunteer growth, and then we've got a power line easement and cut back through here, and then a little bit of topography that I will show you. So the current future land use is general business. That would remain in place with this request. The zoning change here is simply to add the special use allowance onto the property. There are no environmental areas. I believe what is shown here is that stormwater facility. You can see a small stream in the back, and then you can see some floodplain coming off of the Middle Oconee River that is right up here. One other thing I neglected to mention is this property that's being developed. You can even see some building footprints going in already. Look at our GIS staff. There is a connection, a future connection. The greenway is to come up the Middle Oconee River on this side of the river in the future. And so there is a proposed connection to that Oconee River Greenway through the multifamily property to the river. So here's a site plan of the location. You can see 2 main apartment structures here with some park under towards the side. This would have the commercial space in the front. And I believe this applicant mostly is focusing on the residential, but they saw this as an opportunity to bridge that gap from the commercial toward Atlanta Highway to the residential to the rear. They then are showing a group of attached units in the back here. of variety. Some of these are 1 bedroom, I believe some are 2 bedroom. They then also show a few detached units. I believe those are all of the 2 bedroom variety. And they're even showing 1 duplex here. They're proposing a little bit of surface parking here, surface parking in front of the apartment structure. Small amount of on-street parking would be allowed here. And then some amenity space. I believe they're showing a pickleball court. Here is some of the representative architecture. So you can see here, I just pulled the building up towards the front. This would be the rear of the building. It has the park under opportunity here. The front is this commercial opportunity here that comes through and comes out to a bit of a plaza space. So getting back to that, let me just jump back here real quick. So for projects over 60,000 square feet, there is this large scale development requirement. The big thing with that is some plaza space. That is generally for the commercial residential interface and to allow the public to enjoy some of those opportunities. So they are showing some plaza space in the rear here that would support the 1,000 square feet of commercial. But what they would like to do is take the rest of that and then put it into this green space that would be open to the public as well. And, you know, this neighborhood here. So instead of having, I believe this would require like 19,000 square feet of plaza space because of the size, they would like to do a lot of that in a community green space here to the rear. So that is one of the variance requests, and staff understands the reasoning behind that. So just wanted to mention that plaza space real quick. Here we have the detached units. So we have the single detached units. We've got the duplex detached unit. And then we have the rows of attached units. A few shots looking into the property. So from the back corner here where the new development is coming in, looking towards the Toyota dealership. You can also see Hayward Allen Parkway here. It's got sidewalk on the property. And then we've got sort of a boulevard situation coming down Hayward Allen Parkway. This is looking into the property from up on the plane that it would be at. You can see back here is the preserve. It sits up. This property does at the back get a little bit steep in topography. There's a real quick jump up in the last 20 to 50 feet of this property that goes up, I believe, about 20 feet in height. Just another quick shot into the property. You can see some of the pines that have grown up over time. And then this is a look back into the residential property. So you can see the connection through here. The project here actually curves off this way. So it does not have that road frontage over here. It just goes into that sort of green space forested area that's a part of the adjacent property. Quick view of the streetscape if you were looking down. This is a little in front of where the entrance would be. So that commercial space would be kind of right here from my reading. I believe that entrance would be right here, and then everything goes kind of back there off the screen. So staff sees this as compatible with the comprehensive plan. This is an infill opportunity. Even though this has not had development, it has definitely had some other work done on the property, but this is in a location that has good access to Atlanta Highway, to Epsbridge Parkway, through to Mitchell Bridge, and not too far off to Loop 10. There is a variety of housing in this. We asked that in these multifamily projects, we do not just sort of have a monoculture a lot of times. So we like to see that variety provides a little bit more opportunity for the residents that would be a part of this community. This is a bit of a unique neighborhood with smaller houses that has some cohesion to it, which is also another factor in our comprehensive plan. Compatible with the future land use map, the zoning map, and the ordinance. Staff sees that the special use criteria have been satisfied. We do appreciate the potential connections that are here for this property onto Atlanta Highway and all the commercial that fronts along there for daily needs. And then we also see the commercial transition just a little bit, but a little bit of neighborhood commercial from going from commercial back to that residential we see as a good opportunity here. We have asked for a table. Everything I've seen, and our fire department is here, I believe, to speak to this. One of the big things was a comment from the fire department. There has been a conversation since that staff report has gone out. It sounds like our fire department has some comfort with what the applicant is proposing. I will allow the applicant to speak to that, and our fire marshal office to speak to that as well. In terms of the variances, This is mostly volunteer growth, and through the conserved canopy waiver process, staff can work with the applicant to get some better plantings back. Oftentimes we ask for more plantings, we ask for larger plantings, we ask for native trees and things like that. So that would be a process that the applicant could work through with staff. Staff, as I mentioned, supports the alternative design to the plaza space to be used as community green space. The access point, in terms of our zoning code, is probably based off of some older fire department requirements or fire code requirements. The fire code has been adjusted, so projects under 120 units are now supported by the fire code to allow a single access point. Something we might want to look at in our code. So relying on our team at the fire marshal's office, staff supports that as well. In regards to parking, there's a little bit of confusion here on staff's part. There was some space added for that amenity space. There's some shared use opportunities with the commercial space. So staff is simply saying that we're not sure that the exact number stated as a required amount is what would be required by this development. So this request, we know they couldn't get down to the number they're asking for, but I think this request would be a little less if they explored those options. So we were recommending table, but we will hear from the applicant and then hear from this body and the public to see if there's some opportunity for the changes they are going to propose. With that, I will conclude the staff report.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Do you have the alternate that we sent out? Perfect.
Before you start, you're going to vote on accepting what you're handing out for the record.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? All right.
All right, good. It's efficient. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah. Good. All right, yeah. Y'all said this would go smooth the last time I was here, so off to a good start. Yeah, as Mark described, not much has changed from our original submittal on the concept review. We did run into a slight hiccup, which is why we've submitted this additional addendum to the report at this time. Georgia Power wouldn't allow us to have a wall. Fortunately, with the topography in that back corner, it does fall off sharply, so we had to adjust slightly. What we did was we took the building, slid it over, plan left, and also added a little bit extra rotation. Other than that, it's virtually the same. We did go from a few detached units. We've decreased in our detached units down from 10, I think, to 4 or 5. But the overall unit mix is still there. And we do feel that it's a good opportunity for this area just for the transition from Atlanta Highway Corridor and to the more dense apartment buildings to the north. Mark actually covered most of the things I was going to talk about, but I will just speak to the fire marshal's comments. They had a couple concerns that were alleviated when we discussed some of the hydrant locations. Everything comes down to Appendix D, and that's basically access for their vehicles as well as hydrant hose lay for firefighting needs. And I think we have everything, comfortably. We wanted to say yes or no on that, but.
Why don't you give your presentation and then we can bring him up.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So we feel comfortable that any small discrepancies at this point, we can work through and answer review. Same thing with some of staff's comments. I know I just want to go through really quickly some of their issues. They mentioned the sidewalk on Hayward Allen is actually under construction. Should this pass and move forward, we're gonna have to resurvey that, and we're happy to put sidewalk for that small section remaining in front of our parcel. Fenestration of the windows, that'll obviously be handled with plans review as well for the building. Front yard parking, there was a little discussion about if the parking on the right-hand side was going to be fronting on the proposed road or road that's currently under construction. I think staff and our team has decided that that is not actually going to be an issue. So we're relieved from that. Block sizes were well under 3 acres. And the open space, 8% is actually for RM zonings. And there is a child play area requirement as well. Right now we're showing pickleball. We do have several green space options available for a small play area. But I do want to reiterate, our target demographic for this is older, aging in place, permanent residents of Athens.
I think the unit mix, we have several 2 and 1 bedroom apartments and attached units. We're definitely geared towards that older demographic. The amenities and also the neighborhood commercial, I think, speaks to that, as well as the location. Excuse me, the location. With the variances, I think Mark covered. The plaza requirement was a big one. We felt that it just wouldn't be proportional to the actual proposed development. We had to have 19,000 square feet of plaza here. It would stick out, be way out of place. So we felt the green space was a solid compromise for that. And we do have, a fair amount of plaza off the edge of the building where we are going to have a portion of commercial that can be utilized by residents as well as some of the neighboring properties and off-site visitors as well. Let's see. As far as the parking goes, this revised layout does show the same parking count. And I see what Mark was saying. We had counted the entire amenity, and since there wasn't a clear definition of parking requirements for the amenity, I assumed 400 square feet, one space for 400 square feet. And that probably is a little bit higher on the estimate. So, instead of, I believe it's 213 required that was calculated, it might be slightly lower than that. But I also want to point out, with our target demographic and having some 2-bedroom units, I fully anticipate several of those, or the patrons here will have 2 cars. But we're going to have several empty second bedrooms as well. So we have, number of bedrooms, we're close to that on our parking count. We don't foresee it being an issue. Yeah. I think with that being said, everything else is, open for discussion. So if you have any questions, happy to answer it. Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support of the application? Here to speak in opposition. Okay. So why don't we get the fire folks up here? Hi.
Good evening. Mr. Waters met with the fire marshals and he was able to tweak the plan to our satisfaction. As it is the plan that was handed out tonight, he is fully compliant with the IBC Appendix D. He was able to make the turnarounds work, also the hydrant placement. And he's also compliant at this time with the Georgia Amendment 120-3-3. So he did everything we asked him to do. Anybody have any questions? Great. Yep.
I think all the variances look sensible, under the circumstances, obviously you can't conserve canopy that isn't there. And the green space in lieu of the plaza sounds like an improvement. I don't have a problem with one access point if the fire marshal doesn't have a problem with it. And anytime a developer wants to reduce our ordinances required parking spaces, I'm all for it. I think we require too much parking, so those all seem good. So I don't see much of a reason to table it. It seems like stuff has been pretty well worked out. So I'm ready to vote yes on it.
Just one question. So the tree situation, if we grant that waiver, they'll have to plant more trees as per the code when that comes to plans review, right?
Yeah, the waiver's for the conserved, it's not for the overall canopy. So they would have to compensate, they would still hit the overall canopy requirement.
Okay, but with new and
New plant trees, that's right.
I think I like this when it came through the last time. It seems like a great place for this type of housing. So, be happy to make a motion to approve with the waivers.
Yeah, okay. I'm just interested. Any other comments on the motion?
Just to be clear, that's with the 4 variances that were.
Good to me.
Okay, all right. We'll do
Can we just ask one real quick question?
Yeah.
They're proposing a slightly different site plan here. Just want to make sure that that goes into the motion. If
Clarify
that's
with the
clarified.
revised site.
Yes.
Yes, so to clarify.
I guess the exhibit that was handed out, sorry.
Right. I would like to make a motion to approve the updated site plan with the requested variance.
Okay. That was a second from Sarah, is that correct? All right, so we're going to call out a vote, motion from Jennifer Fleece to approve the updated site plan requested for variances. Let's go, Fleece.
Yes.
Beresford. Yeah. Hall.
Yes.
Rockland.
Yes.
Axe.
Yes.
Sands.
Yes.
Sanders.
Yes.
And Lord.
Yes.
Beautiful. All right, we have all units.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Now we're going to take
Item number 5, 35 South Millis Avenue.
All right, good evening, y'all. I think I'm the midpoint of our presentation at this evening. Next up, we have 735 South Millage Avenue. That is going to be a special use request, fairly straightforward. Applicant is requesting ground floor residential in an existing commercial office zone. This last point on this slide, I can amend. Originally, as in my report, I noted that there were some issues or some confusion around short-term rental use on this property. That's been clarified since I wrote the report. So in this presentation, I can say applicant has clarified it will be a long-term rental. So that's no longer a concern for us on the staff side. Another thing to point out, there will not be any changes to the site structure, the site layout, parking, site access, utilities, anything like this. We are just talking about a special use for residential on the first floor. This is the site as is, a little bit about those existing conditions. Again, we're on the South Millage Avenue corridor. We've got 3 parcels directly adjacent to this property. The parcels on the north and the south are zoned commercial office, and we also have a rear adjacent parcel that is already zoned RS5, single family residential. As y'all may know, the South Millage Avenue corridor is pretty pedestrian heavy roadway. It's got sidewalk connectivity, a mix of uses, included but not limited to fraternities, sorority houses, restaurants, residences, and offices. There also is already existing first floor residential use along this corridor as well. Looking at the future land use, not a lot of action here. There is no change as part of this request. And looking at the same 4 current zoning, we are just asking, or the applicant is just asking for special use in this existing zoning. Just mentioned a little bit about existing conditions. Here's some more detailed photos of the existing structure. We have a 2-story structure that was originally constructed in 1950, historically was used as a private residence. It spent some time being an office. There is a gravel parking lot located behind the structure. And again, there are no proposed changes to what you see on your screen. No site plan with changes. It's just going to be a survey of the property as is, and nothing here is proposed to change. So with all of that said, we do believe that the proposal is compatible with our 2023 comprehensive plan. Specifically, it is pursuing an infill opportunity and redevelopment instead of looking at new building. It also is encouraging the preservation and adaptive reuse of an existing structure. In addition to that, we find it is compatible with the future land use map, zoning map, and our ordinances. So we would recommend approval of this proposal. And with that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. Shall we hear from the applicant?
My name is Tyler Davis. I'm not the owner, and the owner couldn't be here tonight, but he wanted me to just read a statement about this building. But he said this building's been in our family for almost 40 years, and it's something we plan on owning and taking care of for many years to come. My mother lives around the corner on Henderson Avenue, and this building at 735 Millage is something she takes pride in and loves as much as her historic home that she has lived in for over 50 years. She loves this home not only from the memories that were made here for the many years that my father operated his law offices from this location, but also for the beautiful historic elements that it possesses. Our family loves it so much, we've spent time and money to properly name it the Gallus Building, as you can see from the sign that currently stands out front. I want to assure you that we're going to do the right thing and maintain this beautiful house so it can continue to be an asset to the neighborhood. As the house currently sits, we are allowed residential on the second floor, and we do not want to disturb the historic integrity by adding a kitchen to that floor. I ask that you please approve our special use permit requesting to allow residential on the main floor so the kitchen on the first floor could be used by the bedrooms upstairs. Really not much to add to what was said. I guess I'm going to just highlight some points from my application report, I guess. And most of this has already been said, so please forgive me for repeating it, but I've got 10 minutes and I know what to say. So the request is limited in scope and does not include any proposed changes to the existing structure, site layout, access, or overall lot configuration. Everything existing in and on the building will stay the same, and the site's lot will also stay the same. The Milledge Avenue corridor is characterized by a diverse mix of uses, including residential homes, multifamily housing, professional offices, and small-scale commercial establishments. The blend of uses creates a transitional environment where residential and office functions coexist. The proposed residential use is compatible with the established pattern. In fact, ground floor residential units are common along the corridor and contribute positively to the character of the area by maintaining activity and presence along a high pedestrian-oriented street. While office use are prevalent, more intensive commercial and retail uses are less common outside of major intersections due to access and visibility limitations. The subject property with its modest access and limited parking is better suited for residential use rather than higher impact commercial activity. Athens-Clarke County continues to experience a strong demand for additional housing. Increasing the availability for residential units, particularly in centrally located areas, is a key community priority. The property's location offers convenient access to UGA, employment centers, daily services, and amenities. As a result, residents are more likely to utilize alternative modes of transportation, including walking, biking, and public transit. This reduces traffic demand and supports broader community goals related to mobility. Additionally, the conversion of existing structures into residential units provides a meaningful way to increase housing supply without the impacts associated with new construction. Proposed special use meets the general intent of Athens-Clarke County approval criteria in that it is compatible with the existing mix of uses along the corridor, supports the community's need for additional housing, utilizes existing infrastructure efficiency, minimizes impacts related to traffic, parking, and site design, maintains the character and scale of the existing structure. So basically, the conclusion is the requested special use permit represents a reasonable, context-sensitive, and beneficial reuse of the existing structure. Returning the main floor for the residential use aligns with the historic function of the property, supports community housing needs, and fits appropriately within the mixed-use character of the Milledge Avenue corridor. The applicant may request approval of the special use permit and appreciates the planning department's consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support of the application? Anybody here to speak in opposition to the application? Okay, hearing none. Alex.
So it's hard to take a historic house and split it commercial and residential, just like the applicant said. You start putting kitchens upstairs and downstairs, it gets complicated. There are code issues. I know through somebody else that has had a building on Milledge Avenue to separate residential. You can't just say this is residential and that is commercial. There's code issues that, again, I say damaging. You're having to do things to that structure that it doesn't want to do. So I'd never particularly care for that. Yeah, I know this family, and I mean, I know they mean well, but I'm also the person that, like was discussed in a couple of applications ago, turnover, somebody else owns it. What good or what bad could happen? And I don't see any bad. that could happen with a new owner in that. Millage Avenue is originally a residential street. It's that simple. So I like the idea.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like a good ask, and turning it back to residential seems to make sense. So be in support.
Motion. Matt?
Move to approve the requested special use permit.
Who wants it? You can have it, Alan. All right, great. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the requested special use permit. Fleece.
Yes.
Beresford. Hall.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Sams.
Yes.
Sanders.
Yes.
And Lord.
Yes.
All right, we have all yay. And thank you.
All right. Now on to item number 6, 1960 Barnett Shoals Road.
All righty, good evening, everybody. Following is a staff presentation for 1960 Barnett Shoals Road, special use permit 2026-040648. The request is for a special use permit in order to create a surface parking lot, which will, the intention is to serve the function of the adjoining restaurant to the north, which is Chick-fil-A. The proposal is that the existing building on site would be demolished in order to accommodate more parking. This is an aerial photograph of the parcel in question. The structure on site is the old Burger King that would be demolished as part of the proposal. This is the current future land use map, which shows general business. That would be unchanged. This is the zoning map, which would only change by adding that triangle designation to indicate special use. This is the site plan provided by the applicant showing the current Burger King structure, which would be demolished in order to accommodate that surface parking lot. In general, staff finds that this proposal is incompatible with the comprehensive plan, primarily for its automobile-focused nature and with commercial corridors having redevelopment potential. In general, most plans associated with Athens-Clarke County don't have much support for surface parking lots being added. And though this proposal was submitted under the previous future land use map, staff is kind of considering the guiding principles associated with the new future land use map. One of those for the designation of this area of town center is for considering parking on a development-wide scale. So keeping in mind that there is a lot of surface parking in the adjoining parcels that could serve these various businesses. Staff doesn't see justification for approval of this request and therefore is recommending denial. There, on the chance that this proposal is not recommended to be denied, staff does recommend that the proposal is tabled to address the following concerns. Transportation and Public Works Department has some current concerns about the distances between the successive driveways on Barnett Shoals, and that one of the driveways would potentially need to be removed, as well as concerns regarding street trees and some other code issues that could be worked out if the request was tabled. Overall, though, staff is recommending denial of this proposal. And that concludes the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
You guys have the presentation. Can we send in?
I have it. Yes, give me 1 second.
And while he's pulling that up, so I'm Jason Toole with CPH. So we are the architect and engineer representing Chick-fil-A for this request. All right, and I will start off just real quick, just to clarify one of the points that staff made. We are not tearing down the building to create additional parking. So the parking that's already there on the Burger King lot now would stay. So we're not proposing to add any additional parking. Basically, just the building area that is there now would go away and would become green space. So we would just plan it back. Real quick also, regarding the corrective actions that were listed, there were 5 of them. The first one was talking about driveways. I think I can go to, so this is the demo plan. I'll go to this. So this kind of shows what we're proposing. So you can see that we're not proposing to add any additional parking. We would just be using the parking that's already on the Burger King site that's there now. The only condition or corrective action that we really disagree with is the first one regarding removing a driveway. If you can see there, the site functions right now. One of the driveways is an in only, the other one is an out only. Is that the pointer? Yeah. So this is the in only driveway. This is the out only driveway. This up here currently serves the actually second action that they list or request is that we focus people to come in and out of that so that they can get to and from the signal. That is how the operator currently is operating his business right now. If you're familiar with the site, sorry, I'm going to skip ahead a few slides. The existing Chick-fil-A has an access right here to that side road. He shuts that off during peak times anyway to force his drive-through people who exit to go back through the Burger King site and out to that back access road so that they can get to the signal. So, sorry, I know I kind of jumped around, but I'll go through the presentation now. I'll try to do it quickly because I know everybody probably wants to get home. So that is what we're requesting to do. The Chick-fil-A site, which is on the right of your screen here, we were involved with that redevelopment a few years ago, which added the dual drive-through lanes for the site. Shortly after that was done, actually, I think during the construction, the Burger King went out of business at that time. So Chick-fil-A actually has a long-term lease on the Burger King site as well. So the parking right there is, right now, I mean, the Burger King is closed. So the parking that is occurring on that lot is serving the Chick-fil-A now. They're going to the Chick-fil-A. So really what we're asking to do, in my opinion, would just be to make it safer by getting rid of a vacant building that's just going to continue to sit there. So our request would be, let's get rid of the building. Let's make it a green space. Let's make it more aesthetically pleasing. Regarding the third action that was requested was to add street trees. And then the fourth action was to add additional buffering for the parking lot. You can see that this landscaping there, I believe that was the area that was talking about. So we're okay with adding in additional trees as well. And honestly, if staff or this board would like, we don't have a problem with adding trees, or additional landscaping within that green area as well, if that's something that, would be requested. And then the last item was bicycle parking. We're happy to add bicycle parking, to the area as well. So our request today would be that instead of denying or tabling it, we would ask that you approve it. And if you do that and want to put those conditions, we would be happy to have an approval with the conditions that we do those corrective actions other than the first one, which was closing that driveway. And I will say, I don't know that this is not part of it, but the driveway I showed you earlier on the right side of Chick-fil-A, they said that if you wanted one closed, that would be the one they would prefer to have closed off if you would want one closed. He said that signal backs up anyway, and so it's really hard for people to enter and exit out of that driveway. So he tries to block it off just for safety standpoint anyway. So he would be willing, when I say he, the operator, and he was sorry he couldn't be here tonight. He actually had a team member who was serving under him who got his first restaurant and will be moving to Mississippi to do the grand opening. And so the operator traveled out there to be there as part of that grand opening with him. But I think that was it. Happy to answer any questions if staff or the board have.
Yeah, we're.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking something.
No, you're good. Thank you. Anyone to speak in favor of the proposal?
Good evening. My name's Kent Middleton. I live at 195 Clyde Road in the Green Acre Shopping Center. I came here tonight to oppose this proposal and recommend that.
All right, before you go, we were asking for anybody in support. So just real quick, is there anybody here to speak?
I'm planning to support it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said you'll post it.
Right, I said I came here tonight with that intention.
Oh. Thank you.
Wait,
Sorry.
wait for the reveal.
I'm a retired professor.
Adding a bit of drama.
So I was going to recommend that that the commission follow the recommendations of the planning department. For the reasons that they've stated, that it's not consistent with the future land use map and other reasons. I'd also point out it's not consistent with the Kroger Public's with the future land, the new future land use map, which designates the Kroger Public Shopping Center as a town center. And town centers, as you know, are mixed commercial and residential areas designed for walking, biking, and transit access with centralized parking. And their auto-oriented uses are not included in town centers. So we wouldn't have the Burger King or the Chick-fil-A if this were a town center several years ago. So with the necessary corrective actions, I think I could support this. Removing one driveway, maybe removing both driveways. So that patrons coming to the Chick-fil-A enter through a signalized intersection and then use the internal road to get to the to Chick-fil-A. That's the way that the town center is going to function effectively in the future. People coming in at the signalized intersections and then using the internal road. What I would hope is that this proposal will be tabled and that the applicants will speak with the neighbors as is common in Clarke County. And could we discuss propose the possibility, which I think I heard tonight, that they would create a green space in the where the building will be knocked down. And could we make that a permanent green space? And in town centers, green spaces and open spaces are welcomed. And so could we talk about that? Also, could we talk about the possibility of including the changes that have been recommended, but also could we possibly create a multi-use path along the front of the property, which would be consistent with the goals of many of the East Side neighbors to create multi-use paths along that whole corridor. And that is being started with the T-Splosh proposals that are going to be voted on May 9th, May 19th. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rudy Chimo. I live at 245 Millstone Circle. You'll hear from me again later. I don't know how many of y'all go to that area, but that Chick-fil-A has, it's a cluster. And what they're proposing is fabulous. Because we have a building that's just sitting there rotting away. We can move the traffic to the left of the Chick-fil-A, get some of that stuff that is just around that intersection, relieve some of that. And green space, it just looks really beautiful. And if that's the way you're all going to do it, that's an improvement for what we have now. And if we could close off that right entrance where people go in and out to that Chick-fil-A, which he has done during peak times, that is just a beautiful thing. And we drive it all the time. We're always in that area. We live way out, so we come in there to shop, and to eat. And I won't go near Chick-fil-A because it's a cluster right there. And that whole thing next to it would just open up a lot of possibilities for Chick-fil-A and for the residents. That's all I've got to say. That's a wonderful idea. Let's have more of it.
Thank you.
EV chargers. What's an EV charger?
Anybody else this week?
Hi, I'm Jeff Lewis, 5175 Old Lexington. I didn't come here for this, and I have to be honest, I wasn't paying attention to the Pandora's box and what could be bad. But I do want to say I am a frequent visitor of the Jittery Joe's, which is just to the right of that. And since they have made this change, the traffic flow in that area has improved tremendously. I just wanted to put that out.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support? Okay, anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, hearing none. Our discussion.
Can I ask a grandfathering question? Bruce, on the first proposed corrective action about removing one of the driveways, is that not like a, I don't know if legal non-conforming or what the terminology would be, but because it exists in that way, are they not entitled to continue to use it in that way?
They are, but when asking for the special use consideration, revisiting traffic flow and safety opens the door for that discussion. So that's where that's coming.
Okay, can you speak to if one of the driveways got removed, I assume the other one would have to be widened so it could be an in out. So can you speak to whether it's better or worse to do that as opposed to having a single in narrow driveway for entry and a separate one for exit?
I'm going to defer to our transportation and public works staff.
Transportation and public works staff.
So let's do it.
You tag team that or whatever you want to do.
So the question about the driveway widths, right? So
Yeah, the two existing driveways on the.
Yeah, so the width of the driveways right now would actually constitute a two-way driveway, especially the one on the left-hand side. It's a double out right now, but its width would make it where you could make it an in and an out. Same goes for the other driveway. Talking about Jason Jones, our other transportation person here, what TPW would like to see is actually closing this driveway because of its proximity to another driveway. It's quite close and make this an in only. That way, as traffic circulating through this development and coming back out, they'd be forced to go to the red light to exit and enter.
I'm sorry, they'd be forced to.
They'd have to go to the red light most likely, or go all the way out.
You mean go out into the other parts of the commercial site and circle around to the signal?
Yeah.
Exit?
Which is a much better traffic flow. It's a lot safer.
Okay, thank you. Then I guess related to the same thing, can I just ask the applicant to speak to that? Is that a deal breaker from y'all's perspective?
So the way, and I know for some of the people who just mentioned that they visit the site. So right now, because this is the main entrance and exit of the drive-through, he is actually coning off this area so that the drive-through traffic can come through that access and then exit. And the people who are parking here, who come in here to park, have to loop around and go back out. They can't cross over and go. And so he would prefer to keep his dine-in parking customers separate than his drive-through customers because that's where the traffic backs up for drive-through. So in our opinion, it's safer to keep that as a loop. Now, if the concern is people wanting to make a left out of that exit, we would be willing to make that a right out if you feel like that's a safer condition. Because I don't feel like you necessarily need a signal to make a right out. But we would prefer to at least keep the flow of being able to come in, park, circle behind what used to be the building, which will now be green space, and then exit out that driveway still, just from a safety standpoint. Typically, what we've seen we prefer the one way, have one way in, one way out, just because of the flow of traffic seems to flow better that way. You don't introduce the conflict points. So yes, if we did lose one, we would have to make the other one an in and an out, but then you would be kind of bringing people together there. And so we prefer not to do that if we didn't have to.
Can people drive around the front if they came all the way, like circle around the building and come out that?
Yeah, so you're saying, can they come right through here?
Yeah, so if they.
Yeah, there is currently a lane. I don't have my presentation up anymore, but yeah, there is a lane there. It's right there.
So if you kept the drive-through traffic separate from the traffic parking there, they could just come in and out of that one on the right, if that one on the left was closed.
Correct.
Would that be possible to move?
They could, and that's what I was saying. They prefer not to do that. We'd prefer to keep it just a, one way in and one way out without having the people having to come back here to then make a right and conflicting with the people who are also coming in off Barnett Shoals. So that's the only conflict point that creates is you have somebody, coming in off Barnett Shoals, maybe at a higher speed than you're leaving the exit. And so that becomes a.
I have a question then.
Yeah,
So you're not actually gaining any parking spaces?
correct. No.
Why? I just feel like I kind of caught what you were all talking about, but honestly, I'm just looking at this, I'm like, this is such a weird parking situation. Why not? And honestly, the Burger King shaped piece of sod to me is just weird.
Well, and that's what I was saying. We could add landscaping, like trees or something.
Why even do that? Why not just completely redevelop the site? Like, why not, maybe Chick-fil-A needs to move, maybe just expand, like, why be hemmed in by this?
So at the time that we did the easy answer is because we just remodeled the Chick-fil-A beside it. So it was just done like 2 years ago, and all the money invested into that. So in the future, that is probably what would happen further down the road. They had actually looked at trying to get control of this piece of property when they were redeveloping the Chick-fil-A to do just that, and it was not available at that time. Shortly after Chick-fil-A went under construction, it became available, and then they did secure it and have it under a long-term lease now. So that,
Term leases on both of the properties?
yes, ma'am.
And they can develop both of them however they wish.
I mean, in accordance with county requirements, yes.
Okay, I think that's all. Do you have a question or?
No, I have a comment.
Okay, all right, you're good, thank you. Call you back up.
All right, no problem.
So I just want to say that Burger King was actually a really high in-demand commercial use property. It's very hard, regardless of what you might feel about drive-throughs, to find them in Clarke County. And I believe that wouldn't be a use that would be compatible with the future land use map. So having that there, grandfathered in, it would be pretty sad, actually. It's kind of tragic that Chick-fil-A has a long-term lease on this simply to get the parking. That building is only vacant because there's a long-term lease from Chick-fil-A. I know that I had several clients that were interested in it, and it wasn't available because it was already swooped up by Chick-fil-A. So I don't see the benefit of a green space in the middle of a parking lot with all the traffic coming around. I don't have much of an appetite to support this at all. I think it's an important commercial use to retain, and it would be sad to see it go.
Kind of had similar feelings come into this too, and I didn't really hear anything like, yeah, is there anything wrong with the building? Like, why can't it just be another restaurant?
Could have.
Yeah, because in that case, I'm not super excited about just tearing a building down just to tear it down.
I guess I have a different perspective. I'm very familiar with this area. My kids used to go to school over there for a number of years. I've been to that Chick-fil-A and that Jittery Joe's a bunch of times, never Burger King, but I've been around that area a lot. And it seems to me that because of customer demand, the Chick-fil-A's in Athens-Clarke County and that Cane's on Baxter just don't have nearly enough on-site parking and traffic flow. And so I appreciate that the applicant is proactively trying to fix that. I mean, they have enough demand that it's economically feasible for them to pay more for that Burger King site than anybody else who wanted to put a restaurant there. Right. And so the cars are going to be there one way or the other. And so I appreciate that the applicant's trying to manage that traffic flow and solve the problems that a lot of other chicken restaurants in Athens seem to have with drive space and parking space. And given the future land use change, the town center thing, I think a reduction of one in the total number of drive-throughs in that area is not a bad thing. So I'm inclined to support it. And I would be, I mean, I think the Burger King shaped green spaces does feel a little bit awkward. Certainly adding a bunch of trees around it would improve it. You know, people might who park and go into the Chick-fil-A to get food with their family, they might, you know, if there were tables out there, they might like to come out and eat their food outside rather than inside. And it does seem like probably a good thing to have. My only question is really on the removal of the driveway, that first corrective action. And it seems to me there that it's the left turn that's the problem. People exiting that site, trying to turn across multiple lanes of traffic and using the signal, that's a problem. And so at the very least, I'd like to see that south driveway become a right exit only, a single lane right turn exit, and the north driveway remain as just a single in. But I think this seems like the neighbors who spoke about it, who know it better than most of us, seem to think things have gotten better there and that this is an improvement. And so I would be inclined to support it.
I think this is a staff question. When a special use permit or special use permit is not so much related to demolishing the building, but creating the service parking lot, right? Or is it both?
Retaining the building leaves at least a presumption that the parking is serving future use in the structure. So removing the building, the only recognizable use on the site is a commercial park. That's what's triggering special use.
Okay. So that's interesting. So if they had only requested a demolition permit, it probably would have triggered this process.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And is there, when that process happens, what's the sort of opportunity / limitation of creating a surface parking lot? Like, what is, there's not a binding, is that site plan binding? Okay, so that's what would limit it because of the drawing more or less would. Is the idea, the way I'm interpreting this, and I think something the applicant said, is that the Burger King shaped green space is sort of preserving this future development of the property back into some sort of commercial use. Is that, like, why wouldn't the applicant ask for just all working? Is it presumably for that, or is that just not relevant? No.
That might be a good question for the applicant.
Yeah, maybe I will ask you that.
Can you restate the question?
Yeah, well, I guess I might even understand, I mean, I think you've said something earlier to this effect, but the idea is that there is probably a future development plan for the property. And the goal isn't to maximize that spot for service parking spots, maximize the property for service parking spots, that you still have this green space in the middle that could presumably in the future become a building if in a redevelopment scenario, or is that, I'm just kind of trying to understand.
Yeah, so the future, I mean, if in the future, if they did do a redevelopment, which I believe you were talking about earlier, it would probably be a combined both lots, you know, what would be the best layout for Chick-fil-A, the drive-through and the parking as a combined, taking all of the land together. Because the Chick-fil-A site right now is tight. I mean, it's a very tight in and out site. So that was what we had looked at when, like I was saying, when we did the redevelopment of the Chick-fil-A, we had looked at acquiring both pieces of property. And so I think what you're asking is, no, it's not putting the green space in the Burger King building footprint is not necessarily to preserve the ability to go back and put another business there. Now, it does serve that currently. So if Chick-fil-A, for some reason did not need it in the future or whatever, the landlord, it would preserve his right to then come back. The utilities would still, be stuffed in that area, the parking lot, the drive, everything would still serve to function a business going back in that area. They would just have to go back in and build whatever business, building, whether it be Starbucks or whatever it came in, they could build their building there and start operating.
That makes sense. Thank you. I think I understand it. And even with the special use permit, the right exists, period. It's still one of the by right uses. It's really more that the footprint makes sense from the standpoint of how that site has already been built out and developed.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, and I know that the term is, and I don't know, technicality, the special use is to create a surface parking lot on a lot with no use. We're not creating the lot. It's just going to remain after the fact of what we do. So, because it's obviously there. And that's why I wanted to clarify, we're not adding or gaining any spaces. And the last thing I will say is the Chick-fil-A site is underparked. And so we got we had to get approval to use offsite parking to serve the Chick-fil-A needs. And so some of the offsite parking that we got approved for with that use was from here. So.
It was the requested demo that started this process.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I dig in a little bit to the surface parking lot request because we've had some weird history with that on this body, I think. And at least I feel like with this application, I don't think I think we understand what's happening here and that there's been some cases in the past that I won't name that have felt sort of disingenuous or where a condition is being described that I don't necessarily agree with, but that causes the cascade of decisions that then somehow still wind us up with a surface parking lot in a place we'd rather not have one. But I feel like this application makes sense to me. I normally have kind of a bias against putting surface parking lots in certain spots, and I think our zoning code does too, but and I also usually like to err on the side or come in on the side of what our staff are recommending, but I think in this case, the questions that you all have asked in the discussion make me more inclined to agree, to want to recommend approval, maybe with the staff's recommendations with the thing you described, Matt, about that southernmost driveway being right. And so we're right out only. But anyway, so this discussion has been useful. And regardless of what we want things to be, this is a very successful business. And I was thinking of the location out on, I guess it's just past Academy Sports and Atlanta Highway. That's a big lot for that Chick-fil-A and it needs it, it uses it. So I don't worry that the space wouldn't be utilized well. So.
I guess, yeah, I'm still kind of hung up on just like tearing down a perfectly good building just because, the whole reduce, reuse cycle seems like we could totally reuse this building. And it would be a big impact to build something new and tear something down. That's, so, yeah, it's a little bit of problem of Chick-fil-A is making, like they took over this lease and it's vacant because of them. And now they're saying that, it being vacant's a problem, but I don't know. So yeah, I'm having a hard time getting behind it just because of those things. It's a perfectly good building.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were pointing more in that direction. So, can I actually ask a question? Because it does matter a little bit. So Chick-fil-A has a lease on that property.
Yes.
Okay. And the building is included in that lease.
Yes.
Okay. And so the owner of the property owns the building. And they have obviously okayed for that to be, the building to be torn down at y'all's expense, no doubt.
Yes, sir.
How long, and I'm asking because what's going to happen to the building? How long is that lease?
20 years. 20 years.
20 years from today, basically.
From, I think, 2 years ago, so.
Okay, 18 more years.
Yes, sir.
So the buildings has no use unless you want to put another Chick-fil-A there, which you could probably do and still double the more people will come if you did.
Dining room.
But it's serving no purpose to the leasee. And it's not going to, because y'all aren't going to get into something else there. So, okay, that's all I need there. Thank you.
No problem.
So I understand perfectly good building, but it's not going to be in 18 years. It's not going to be a perfectly good building in 7 years. So taking it down, things change. Putting grass there, I actually trust, we're not supposed to trust anybody, but if anybody's going to see what the neighbors want trees? Do you not want trees? Do you want a picnic table? Do you not want a picnic table? That company will do that because it makes them money to do that. So you don't have to trust the reason. It just makes sense to keep everybody happy. But we're not tearing down trees and putting up a parking lot. We're not charging people to park there and making money that way. They're just taking care of something that is going to be a problem. And it is a little bit of green space. And it sounds like when the money has been recouped for the new renovation they did at the Chick-fil-A building, they may go back here and try to organize that space to make it make sense as one big piece of property that isn't just one odd Burger King shaped piece in the middle. So, and that again benefits their bottom dollar. That is not to trust money. Money is going to make people make decisions, but these are good decisions. In the parking, besides our parking staff, nobody's better at traffic flow than a Chick-fil-A drive-through, period. So it's going to work itself out, but I know we have to put the points in there to make sure it does.
I'll just say, and I'm a vegetarian, I've never experienced a Chick-fil-A drive-through, I'm just saying, but I feel like we're missing an opportunity if we approve this as just a green space. Like, I feel like it's like the least amount of effort for what is essentially a sea of parking on the east side. And my feeling is like, are we leaving the space better than how we found it? Like, is this going to be an improvement for the drivers that drive through that parking lot that is just parking lot after parking lot after parking lot? I mean, my feeling, and I probably won't get a vote in this, but like my feeling is like, if we're making a green space, can we actually make it a green space? Like, could we ask for tables and benches and trees and like something that would actually make it useful for the neighbors to come over and enjoy, rather than this oddly shaped piece of turf? That's just that's the only thing, if we're gonna go down that road, that's the only thing that would make me feel better about it, is like, let's make it a useful piece to add to the neighborhood.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I wanted to ask you, Bruce, is that like, would the way to accomplish that, if that was this body's recommendation, would it be to add a condition that says, there have to be tables and trees on the green space, so it's not just a sunbaked patch of grass?
It's hard to design something on the fly in the form of a condition, but to say a condition of approval that might include that the green space include for starters, for the trees, you could say trees equal to the parking ratio of the spaces adjacent to the site where the building is. And so you would probably end up with a minimum of, hard for me to tell, but potentially 2 trees, maybe 1. If you felt more than that, you could specify a number to be determined in consultation with the arborist. And you could say outdoor seating to be provided. And that just leaves it open-ended for what kind of design of outdoor seating it turns into. I think that's a workable solution. If this body is headed towards a recommendation of approval, if that includes consideration of the traffic flow, I might suggest we ask Transportation and Public Works staff again about your notion of a right in, right out. And that would be a condition, it would be a refinement of the wording that staff put up there on the screen to get the width appropriate and to have a design modification to restrict flow to right in and right out. That would be changing the curb line. That would not be just paint on the asphalt. That would be changing the curb line. Just, yeah, consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask transportation to just come up and comment on the right out for the south driveway as a solution to the concerns that.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jason Jones. I'm a transportation planner with the Transportation and Public Works Department. And we think that we would be amenable to that solution. It would, still accomplish our goals of reducing the turning conflicts coming in and out. For that, just picture the left driveway with those two arrows. That's the exiting driveway of the Burger King property. We would want that to be a right out only. And we would look in planned review, make sure it's a hardened right out, because we do have a lot of problems with compliance whenever we set up a painted right in, right out. Sometimes people turn left anyway. So we'd look at that in the design. And then for the ingress driveway on the right side, don't know that it'd be nice to see a right in there, but I don't know if that would be something we'd stick too hard to.
Thank you.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to, I'm still not in support of this, being that it looks like I'm in the minority here. You have a green space in the middle of a parking lot that's serving a drive-through, so cars are coming and going. I see a lot of safety risks for small children in a green space where there's that kind of level of traffic. So if this was moving towards an approval with some sort of binding site plan for that green space, I would just ask to consider fencing, some kind of barrier, kids from darting out into the middle of the parking lot.
Sorry.
Oh, Harry.
It's kind of interesting, actually. I think this would be one of the more interesting ones tonight. So it seems like where we're at, because considering Chick-fil-A owns both parcels, we're not going to open competing business in the Burger King spot. So if we vote no, it just kind of stays like it is, it seems, or there's just a vacant building. Because I mean, they're not gonna put a McDonald's by their own Chick-fil-A.
It could be like a free workspace or something. If they don't need to make, if they don't need to make money off of it, you could just put a coffee machine in there and let people work for free,
That's true. I don't think I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, no, but you could.
So the no vote is to keep it exactly as it is with that, which was a terrible Burger King when we were there. Now this, I bet, yeah. I'm on the east side of the bunch. And so it's just gonna sit there as is. I feel like with some of the things, like I like that idea, fenced in or having an area to kind of protect kids. I think that's a really good idea. I think like at least putting the green space there does something to it, something positive, as opposed to just the status quo of what it will be for another 18 years.
Would it be appropriate to ask for a table to further develop the records?
It would be completely appropriate, especially if what you're wrestling with are design features for something, to give direction to the applicant as part of a table to return with some design features for the green space. I think it's totally appropriate.
And some of the traffic, they could do the traffic, some changes in and out.
Because I'm not, I mean, not that I get a vote and I'm not necessarily in favor of it, but I'm also not a fan of just designing something on the fly either. So I'd rather at least see something people are more amenable to that has been able to like
be approved by traffic and things like that, so.
Can I ask the applicant just to comment on the idea of a table? Is there some burning timeline issue that would, if we asked you to come back in 30 days with having consulted with staff to address both the physical right turn layout of that southern driveway and trees and outdoor seating and whatnot on the green space?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a burning, I mean, it wouldn't have to get done. I mean, obviously, we came here tonight hoping that we could get approval with the conditions that we would, and we could have something before we went to the mayor council, before we came to the next meeting. But I mean, no, I obviously would rather be tabled, have a chance to work with staff than be denied. So I would say that would be my second preference, as opposed to approve the condition.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to table and ask the applicant to work with staff to address design issues for the green space and the southern driveway in light of the comments that they've heard tonight.
Second.
Any other discussion before?
I
Alex?
want to understand, because I want to, when you're mentioning fence, are you fencing it off, or are you just fencing so people can go in and enjoy the space however they want? And there's some barrier for the 5-year-old taking off.
I think the intention is driving that if you have that kind of traffic and mobility with a green space in the center, any kind of barrier that would stop a young child from being able to run out into the traffic, someone had their back turned for a second, is, in my mind, essential.
But still allowing them to go and use the space. You're not saying.
You gotta have to wait to get into it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought at first.
Not fencing it off so you couldn't get there, but, and if you're in that green space.
Barrier to keep people inside from darting out.
Correct.
Or whatever you say. Okay, I can understand that then.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
I don't have a problem with it, come on.
Well, I mean, and it's not, my clarification is, I hear you on the fencing. There was mentioned about like seating and things like that. So I just want to make sure I understand what it is that you are wanting to see, if we are tabled. So, I mean, I know we talked about trees. I know we talked about making the left right out only. And I know we talked about fencing. I just want to make sure that what I bring back, to staff, or at least as a starting point with staff, that I understand what it is you guys are looking for.
Fair. I have the same question. I wanted us to talk about that a little bit more too, so you have really clear.
Yeah, that was my only.
Directions, yeah.
So I think it's fair to work with staff on the in and out situation, like the optimal driveway situation. Like for me personally, I would like to see something that where staff is like, yes, we not want this, not just like, oh, this was our second choice, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I want to see what they want.
Yeah, and I understand that is with a hard, not just getting rid of the left arrow, that is a make it force to the right with curbing.
And I mean, for me, I see it as how is this an amenity to the neighborhood? Like, how is it, make it something that someone is going to want to walk over there and get a sandwich and sit down and enjoy it near the restaurant? Like, make a true amenity for the neighborhood and your customers.
Okay. And to me, that means trees and seating.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a patio, maybe not, but definitely seating, some shade in some capacity. Yeah.
And can I just sort of,
Yeah, anybody, please step in.
now we're designing and I'm not designing. But once you start saying, well, because we kind of, maybe we're even assuming this was going to be space used, and it was mentioned by somebody here, and it makes sense. This could also just turn into a bunch of dirt and bad grass. And so I think what we're talking about as well is not only the physical use of it, but the sightly look to it. Make sure if it's going to be green space, I forgot which one of y'all said it, make it green space, because that's kind of what feels like if you're going to get this green space, that's the silver coin that's going to maybe make this happen. So actually make it green space, not just some green among a bunch of bad dirt that ends up, a hard rain pushes it over into the parking lot, which doesn't sound like something you would do, but
Yeah, Chick-fil-A pretty good about being.
yeah,
But I
going
I
out
understand.
so that it has to be. So when you just drive by looking, it's like, oh, that's nice green space. And then you keep on riding your bike or walking or jogging or driving the car past.
And the other last question I had, and honestly, this is probably I can just ask staff, but they mentioned bike parking. So would you want the bike parking by the green space? I'm assuming just to have it come to there, or would you want it more oriented towards the Chick-fil-A? And like I said, that's something I can work out with staff, but that was one of the last things I had.
Maybe just.
I don't- yeah.
Okay, that's
Seems
it.
better
It's
to have
present.
those. I just wanted to say, there's also, it sounds like it might be sort of a temporary, whatever goes there too, you know? So like, it's not gonna be like forever, maybe. It's just gonna be for a little while, so, you know.
And I don't want to mislead as far as little while. When I say they would look to redevelop, that's typically like a 7 to 10 year time.
Yeah, no, but I guess I wouldn't want to see plant a bunch of big giant trees that are never gonna mature, that kind of thing, you know? Like, it would be kind of a waste of time and, you know, and the idea of a fence, I'm not really in support of either, because there's no fences anywhere in that parking lot, you know, so fences are an eyesore to me. I kind of think that, you know, people are responsible for themselves. Maybe put some bushes or something, but yeah, I mean, it's gonna be like, I think just, we could picnic tables, shade, and that would satisfy me, because it is kind of just a temporary
We
thing.
could do a hedgerow around the
Yeah,
curb.
that would be better for me.
Yeah.
I would think that would look better.
I mean, it's just all about deterring
Yeah.
kids running in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like a continuous hedgerow, like you see along.
That'd be nice.
If you zoom,
Hedges.
yeah, because I mean, they wouldn't be able to run through that, so I mean, that would keep them in that area as well, and that might be a better look and not.
Since we're designing.
To me, when I think of a fenced-in area, my first thought would be like, people are gonna think it's like a dog park.
Yeah.
And, you know, do a dog.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that would be my only concern with doing that.
Fences are generally ugly.
Yeah, if we put a binding site plan on this, that they have to go through this process again if they want to make it something else.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Well, we wouldn't.
only as it relates to a parking lot.
Yeah.
The special use is only for that particular use, is it binding? It's not a PD. So anything else that's allowed in commercial general zoning, they could do by right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they could go back and redevelop that green space into a building.
Correct.
Not have to ask for.
That's right.
Yeah.
But that green space, once it is redeveloped to a building, could never be a drive-through again. Unless they got a special permission. Because once the drive-through's gone,
Correct, on
you
that.
cannot
corridor.
come back.
On that corridor, I think.
That's like town center now or whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
There's plenty of drive-throughs over there already right now. You got KFC, you got Wendy's.
Do we have a motion? Do you feel satisfied that you have your right?
I think so.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I seconded.
Okay.
Just want to repeat that motion back for clarity. Kind of going with the simplest version that I heard. So we're tabling and asking the applicant to work with staff to further develop green space and driveway designs. Yeah, all right. Feeling good to vote? I've got a question, sorry. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's real clear. So what you're saying about now that it's town center is if this drive-through building goes away, it can't just be replaced with another one later?
Yeah.
Okay,
About right.
okay. I just want to also kind of make sure the applicant understands that as well, just that, and I don't necessarily think that's the plan is to build another one. It could be the expansion of the one that's already there adjacent to it, but I think it's important. So anyway, that's all I had to add to that discussion. Should I reread procedure?
I think we got.
No, I think
Anybody need it restated? No? Okay, good. I'm good. Call it.
All right, great. Fleece?
Yes.
Beresford?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
McLaughlin?
Yes.
Bass? Sams?
Yes.
Sanders?
Yes.
And Lord?
Yes.
Got 8 yeas. Carries.
All right.
We're in this next one, I'm going to call for a break, but 6130 Old Lexington Road.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I'm going to present the case for 6130 Old Lexington Road, SCP 2026-040664. The request is for a special use permit for commercial outdoor recreation for RV park and AR zoning. This is a current aerial of the property. This is the current future land use. It's rural designation with no proposal to change it. Same for the current zoning. It's currently zoned AR. There's no proposal to change it other than just to request a special use. This is the current proposal. This will be a binding site plan, so all of this will have to be built as shown here. Staff would like to note that in the application, there was some proposal for a golf course and some other minor additional uses that are not shown on the site plan. Staff finds this compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. It encourages publicly accessible gathering spaces and development projects. It's compatible with the future land use map and zoning map and current ordinance. However, staff does request that or recommend a tabling at this time to kind of go over some of the concerns regarding the proposed golf course, some of the other mentioned uses that aren't shown, and overall the parking calculations. And that concludes staff's. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, now we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. I think this is the one we've been waiting on, the last one, right? My name is Casey Marvitt with Sandy Creek Landcraft. I'm here representing the applicant, Mr. Andy Bars. As stated, we're seeking a special use for this AR property for commercial outdoor recreation. The proposal is centered around a low-intensity RV park trying to work with the rural character of the property rather than against it. We're trying to preserve large areas of open space and existing canopy to create a quiet, conservation-oriented recreational use. We mentioned some of the additional uses as trails, agritourism elements. We talked about a U-pick garden type thing, possibly equestrian uses, and we talked about a small non-hole golf course, not your typical country club environment, something a little more laid back and contextual with the rural environment. Overall, through the process, staff agreed that the proposal is compatible with the land use map, the comprehensive plan, and the surrounding rural character of the area. Staff also noted that Athens-Clarke County currently does not have a year-round RV park in a natural setting, which we believe is a positive here and highlights the unique character of this proposal. Most importantly, the staff concluded that the request meets the special use criteria. I do want to briefly address some of the remaining staff comments regarding the flexibility on the plan. Concept plan initially does not lock in the golf course layout. The primary request for you tonight is the RV park and the overall land use framework. We intentionally left that flexibility, maybe to our dismay, but for future low impact accessory recreation uses, so the project can respond to market conditions. I mean, to be quite frank, we're not sure a golf course is financially viable, but it fits within the definition of commercial outdoor recreation. I believe campsites, golf courses are specifically mentioned in that definition. Commercial outdoor recreation is by nature a fairly broad land use category. The accessory uses discussed, whether golf related, agritourism, equestrian, trails, or other low impact recreational uses, all generally fall within that broader classification. We didn't want to be misleading by presenting a fully designed golf course that may not ultimately be the accessory that's pursued. Could support a golf component. We're wanting to lean heavily into the agritourism, keep some portions of it as a working farm and have the U-pick. We did decide in the narrative to go ahead and propose some specific limitations to that commercial outdoor recreation. There are certain things that we don't want to see there. We don't want ATV trails. We don't want racing, high-speed recreation. We don't want unrelated commercial uses. The intent is to create a quiet, managed recreational environment, not a high-intensity development. We want to be contextual to the surrounding agricultural property around it. Additionally, along with the comments from staff, building elevations, we did not provide building elevations at this time because the accessory uses are still to be determined. Our kind of take here is we were wanting to be adaptive in the process. We're not asking for any variances. Any building that we put on site will meet all Athens-Clarke County code. Same would go with the parking comment that staff made. Obviously, the parking calculations would change drastically if we have a golf course or a U-pick. So we've illustrated some parking throughout the site. We have 114 acres to work with, so we're confident that we can meet all codes related to the parking required. Additionally, any and all stormwater, erosion control, lighting, environmental protection, all of that will adhere to current county and state regulations. So from our perspective, all of these sort of remaining items are implementation details that we feel can be addressed during permitting. And it's not necessary to determine whether commercial outdoor recreation is an appropriate land use on the property. We appreciate staff's review and respectfully ask for your consideration. Here to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody here to speak in support of the proposal? Okay, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? And y'all can just come right up. You know, I'm not gonna call on anybody, so you feel free to.
Do we have a 10-minute speaker?
We do have a 10-minute speaker. Yes, I'm sorry. The 10-minute speaker will precede everybody. Where is my friend in the blue and the black? Yes.
That's me. Perfect. Good evening. My name is Rachel Bartlett Cruz, and I live at 5555 Old Lexington Road. I'm here tonight representing a coalition of neighbors and over 400 applicants who signed a petition asking you to look past the eco-friendly branding of the Spring Lake proposal and focus on the data. In our AR district, the law envisions one home for every 10 acres, which would be roughly 12 families on this 113.85 acre site. The applicant is requesting 200 RV units. Mathematically, this is a 1,566% increase in density. The staff report notes that per the applicant, the proposal also avoids the intensity and permanence of a subdivision development. But that is a distinction without a difference. 200 units of temporary blackwater, 200 units of temporary traffic, and 200 units of temporary noise create permanent degradation to the greenbelt. If a developer came in here asking for a 1,500% density increase for a subdivision, they'd be laughed out of the room. Why is this being considered just because the homes have wheels? Crucially, the staff report justifies the density by stating that the RV use will be for temporary duration with no permanent living accommodation proposed at this time. However, I've come through the proposal and I have found zero provisions, zero stay limits, and zero enforcement mechanisms to ensure that the stays remain temporary. Without a binding condition that limits stays to, for example, 14 days, this commission is effectively approving a 200-unit high-density residential park. Without enforcement, temporary is just a marketing term that's being used to bypass the density requirements of AR zoning. If you approve this without stay limitations, you're setting a precedent that allows permanent high-density housing anywhere in the greenbelt, provided that it's on a chassis. Our neighborhood is a protected greenbelt. In fact, an adjacent property is currently enrolled in a 10-year conservation use value assessment covenant. These neighbors have legally committed to keeping their land rural in exchange for the county's protection. By even considering a 200-unit commercial resort on the border of a conservation tract, the county is breaking its promise to those residents. If you look at the site plan layout, which I know you'll have in front of you and is also on the screen, but I have one that's a bit more marked up to highlight a few things here. About 96 of the 200 proposed RV slots, which is nearly half the project, are placed directly on the border of neighboring lands. Furthermore, approximately 40 of those sites are clustered in immediate proximity to a conservation lands pond. This isn't buffered or isolated recreation. It's a high-density wall of commercial activity being pushed right against the fence lines of families who have pledged to protect their land's rural integrity. The staff report accepts the applicant's claim of minimal grading, stating, as stated by the applicant, the request is designed to minimize environmental disturbance through the preservation of existing canopy, limited grading and land disturbance, protection of natural drainage features, and integration of development with existing topography. This approach is intended to reduce impacts to soil stability, water quality, and natural habitat systems. We challenge that claim with the applicant's own data. The proposal suggests the ability to eliminate up to 36.4 acres of tree canopy. To put that into perspective, 36 acres is roughly the size of 27 football fields. Removing that much forest doesn't just change the view, it destroys the sponge of the watershed. According to the USDA Forest Service 2022 report, From Forest to Faucets, forests clean drinking water in a variety of ways. First, tree leaves and branches slow rainwater down before it reaches the forest floor, preventing erosion, especially during heavy downpours. Rainwater is then naturally filtered as it moves through the soil. Tree roots keep sediment from reaching streams and absorb nutrients that would otherwise pollute waterways. I also pulled the USDA's Forest to Faucets 2.0 geospatial modeling data specifically for Big Creek, which is the watershed that this property belongs to. The model identifies watershed's critical surface drinking water, and it assesses potential threats. For the Big Creek watershed, the highest identified threat to the water yield and quality was land use change. By converting 113 acres of rural forests into an industrial scale RV park, this applicant is triggering the exact threat that the USDA warns will degrade our water supply. Staff admits in section 4C that ACC sanitary sewer is not available. This means that 200 units of black water must be handled on site, which I've noted here. The site plan shows 2 dump sites for the RVs. RV blackwater is a concentrated biohazard containing pathogens like E. coli and salmonella, along with chemicals like formaldehyde. These chemicals are designed to kill bacteria. Septic systems depend on a living ecosystem of bacteria to break down waste. These chemicals are like kryptonite to our septic systems and natural soil microbes that we rely on in rural Athens. One equipment failure or one overflowing tank during a heavy rain sends a biohazard plume directly into the Big Creek watershed. You cannot call a project conservation forward while installing 2 industrial scale biohazard disposal sites next to a natural water body. In addition to the RV dump sites, the proposal does also include several restrooms and septic drainage areas, which are kind of hidden on the map, but these little black dots are the restrooms, and these green highlighted sections are the septic drainage fields. I would like to note there's an additional green section here and here that I believe are septic drainage as well, and they're not noted as that on the map. The layout and design makes it appear that those would be those as well. Then regarding the traffic of the area, the staff report mentions that there are no concerns focusing on volume. We are here to talk about geometry. A 40-foot Class A motorhome has a turning radius that requires it to swing into oncoming lanes of traffic and a braking distance 3 times that of a normal car. Old Lexington Road was built for tractors and family vehicles, not for a constant loop of 200 industrial-sized vehicles. Forcing this kind of volume into a residential corridor ignores the Vision Zero safety goals and Project 53 of the county's comprehensive plan. One accident involving a school bus and an oversized RV is a price that's too high for the economic development that doesn't belong here. Unfortunately, we must also look at the applicant's track record. The principal developer, operating under entities like Bars Natural Resources LLC, has a clear pattern for targeting protected land. About 2 years ago, he pitched a 50 lot housing subdivision on nearly identical agricultural land that is located just 3.2 miles up Highway 78, about 4 to 5 minutes from the property in question. At that time, he said, "I'm not trying to impose a vision." He viewed the land as an opportunity to serve the county and stated, "I only want to do something that would be a true asset to the community." Here he's telling you a subdivision is a threat that only his RV park can prevent. This is a developer who buys protected land and tells whatever story, houses 1 year and RVs the next, that he thinks will get him the highest density possible. He isn't a conservationist. He's a developer looking for a blessing to ignore the rules of our AR zoning. The 2023 comprehensive plan is clear. Preserve the greenbelt by decreasing development pressure. A 1,566% density increase, the loss of 36 acres of canopy, 2 biohazard dump sites, and no enforcement of temporary stays is the absolute definition of development pressure. You allow this, you're telling every developer in Georgia that the Athens Greenbelt is open for high-density commercial exploitation. We respectfully urge the Planning Commission to protect our water, our safety, and the county's own comprehensive plan by recommending denial of this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Who is next to speak in opposition?
My name is Deborah Shreve, Shreve. I live at 5545 Old Lexington Road. I've received a letter that says that the back, well, it doesn't say the back, of course, that my property is 400 feet from the proposed development. I can hear every event at the fairgrounds, and it's much further than 400 feet. I don't know how many of you live in the woods, but sound travels through the woods really well. So I definitely oppose it. My husband and I bought that house in 2019. It was the fulfillment of a dream we had had for years, and that was to not live in a subdivision, but to live where you could not see the house from the road. When we first drove in there to look at it, I said, oh my gosh, you can't see the house from the road. And we lived there for several years, basically about 3 years, very happily. We were, it was 2019, so 2020, the pandemic came in, and I enjoyed all of it because I was retired and I worked outside in that yard, in that garden every day. It was wonderful. We've planted a lot of trees. I dug a huge garden that I struggle to keep up with sometimes now. But my husband, after 3 years, was diagnosed with cancer, and he passed away in 2022. I thought that I would hate living there after he died. I thought everything would remind me of him, but it was strangely not ever the case. It was the opposite. I feel very comforted there. I feel very, I feel his presence. I feel just great. You know, it's a wonderful place to live. It's my paradise. It's my cabin in the woods. I'm leaving it to my daughter. She lives there with me since my husband died. What she does with it is her own thing, but I would like for the property value to not drop, and I am being told that it will drastically with this RV park. I don't know what the future holds. It could become a slum trailer park for all I know. And our property values could plummet 400 feet of my back property. Okay. Let me move on because I know I'm going out of time. Sorry, I'm very nervous. I agree with all the things that she said. I'm not going to repeat them. That's not really necessary. She's much more eloquent speaker than I am. It's the personal thing for me. I have one of the smaller properties that's just under 3 acres, but.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote against it.
Good evening, Gail Chimo, 245 Millstone Circle. I live 1.7 miles from this proposed project. And for me, I've always lived in cities. I was born in Miami. I lived in Houston. I've lived in Tampa Bay area. And when we moved to our house, I fell in love with it. It's quiet there. The night sky is amazing. I love that I have birds and pollinator garden. I just love it. But my main concern here is protecting God's natural world and those that are in it. I drive on Old Lexington to get to Lexington. And that road is beautiful. The tree canopy, the forest there is awesome. And for Athens, I mean, we are the tree city of the world. We are in the tree city of the world community. We are named a Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation. So this hurts me to hear that tree canopy will be, plowed down, diminished, at a time when we are focusing on our housing. And on the east side, we have had housing developments pop up where they have clear cut the land. So we're losing that tree canopy. So that is part of my issue here. The other issue is the water. An RV park with 200 sites can require 10,000 to 20,000 gallons of water per day. That's the size of a big above ground pool every day. And if you add a golf course, that's even more. And where I read somewhere, it could be a golf driving range, which would mean probably putting up giant lights. And as I said, I love my night sky. So with resolving the housing crisis and losing those tree canopies, isn't it time to look at protecting our natural resources where we can by counterbalancing the immediate needs for housing, yet keeping our tree canopy, green spaces, and biodiversity, keeping it thriving by not approving projects that harm our environment and only benefit a few, because they will come and go. And let's talk about the biodiversity there. All that land. Do you remember in the summer, you used to see fireflies blinking, blinking, blinking? Well, now we don't.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Lucius Malcolm. I am at 5525 Old Lexington Road right here. And I am going to read for you for David Blackman, who lives right here. So you see, we both back up to it. David Blackman, my neighbor, is a double amputee who cannot be here. So he asked me to read this for him. I'll do so. My name is David Blackman, and I own a residential property directly adjoining the parcel on Old Lexington Road that is the subject of this special use permit. I am unable to attend, as I am a double amputee, and I told you that. I strongly and unequivocally oppose the application. My family has lived on this property for decades. We relied on the agricultural residential zoning designation to preserve the low density, rural, and residential character of this area. What is now proposed, a large-scale commercial recreation development anchored by an approximately 200-site RV park, is not a minor deviation from that framework. It is a fundamental and incompatible transformation of land use. This proposal would impose an intense commercial operation directly against long-established residential property. It introduces a use defined by continuous turnover, transient occupancy, concentrated activity into a setting that has historically been stable, quiet, and residential. That is not a compatible transition. It is a direct intrusion. The scale alone is unacceptable. A development designed to accommodate hundreds of temporary occupants will generate sustained traffic, noise, lighting, disruption well beyond what this area has reasonably absorbed. The cumulative impact will permanently alter the character of the surrounding community and erode the quiet enjoyment of adjacent properties. The proposed RV component is especially problematic. High density, short-term lodging, This nature brings constant turnover of occupants and activity at all hours. For those of us who live immediately next door, as you see, this creates an ongoing and unavoidable loss of privacy, predictability, and security. These are inherent consequences of the use itself, not hypothetical concerns. Equally troubling is the precedent this approval would set. Granting a special unit permit of this magnitude in an AR district signals that zoning protections relied upon by residents can be overridden by large commercial ventures that undermines the integrity of the county's land use framework and reasonable expectations of property owners. I'm going to cut that a little bit short. I'm agreeing with what my friend and my neighbor has said, and we have been there for well over 30 years, and it's right in our backyard. So you guys just consider, would you like that in your backyard?
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Terry Johnson. I stay at 315 Big Oak Circle, which is on the back side of that property. I also know that listening to the fairground music every other Saturday is one thing. And now you bring in 200 different units in one place. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't Athens have a thing that said trailers are no longer accepted here? And now you're gonna bring them in on wheels? So why would we do something like this right here to impact the environment more than it is now? The traffic is gonna be terrible. Right now, on Lexington Road and Morton Road, I know we've had several wrecks there, and people do not slow down right there. So just up the hill, there's gonna be another place. The same thing's gonna happen. There are no lights up there. We have one and we still have wrecks. So once again, does anybody wanna look at this and do a real study on it? Because this is gonna impact every last one of us in so many ways. I'm definitely against it. I don't want to hear no golf clubs in the morning. I work late at night. I don't want to hear it. And then you got to listen to whoever's in the park. They sitting there playing their music all night long. Then we got to call police. And then that's another problem. Now the police got to go out there and do some work now. So I'm against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak up?
Go ahead. I'm Jeff Lewis, 5175 Old Lexington Road. I think Bruce is turning that thing quicker every time.
As it gets later.
So I really wasn't preparing to speak. I was just coming to gather information. I really thought that's what this was. I want to point out one, I don't know which one's the latest. This is where the fairground is for those of you that aren't familiar. I live almost down where Old Lexington and Morton cross. I looked it up on my phone. I'm almost 2 miles away from the fairground. And I enjoy the music that comes out of there on Saturday. A lot of times it goes kind of late, but I can hear word for word when guys are on the microphone. I can hear what they're saying at my property. When I see this, my first thought was UGA home football games. There's 140 fans that are going to come after that game and stay there. The rental for folks coming in from out of town there's just not enough space. I mean, that was my first thought, is they can make a year's worth of money on what they could charge on those 7 weekends because the demand is so high. And I can't imagine the sound that would come out of there. I'm an RVer. I love camping. I've never hooked up my RV anywhere other than a state park, which is overseen by a staff 24 hours a day. So any kind of noise ordinance, there's somebody there that's managing it. I don't see that this place would be required to have that. So I don't know who would monitor the behavior. when I first moved my property, I moved a used mobile home out there and I had to spend several $1,000s putting, at the time, I thought the mobile home was going to sit on it. It had to have a concrete skirt. I couldn't put a metal skirting. I had to put cinder block. I thought the house was going to sit on it. It was simply decoration. The county required me to put up decoration on a mobile home. And as the last gentleman mentioned, I had thought about it. Now we're going to roll in 100 and some mobile homes a day, potentially. My last thing I say is, if you haven't been out there, take a couple minutes to drive out. This project just does not fit. The area doesn't fit what any residents out there signed up for when we purchased those lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. DG Sandu of 5505 Old Lexington Road. I am a veterinarian by profession, and as a veterinarian, I love all animals. I really, truly do. You can ask everybody. And one of the things that concerns me is the pressure on the biodiversity and the wildlife in this area, putting over 200 trailer homes or RV parks or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, you're going to take habitat away from the animals. One of the animals of concern is the wild turkey, which according to many websites, including organizations that watch and monitor the populations of the turkeys that are native to this area, has dwindled. They have reported that consistently. This will also contribute to that. The other thing is that there is a lot of wildlife in there that would also be affected by the, I guess, noises, the traffic, even the deforestation that comes with it. One of the things that Mr. Barr prides himself on, and is on his website, is sustainability. I don't think that he's familiar with the term. Does anybody know the 3 pillars of sustainability? Can you tell me what they are? Planet, people, and profit. I think he's just focusing on that third one. Okay. Why? Let's focus on planet. Deforestation doesn't help. Okay. We know that. The people, the neighbors are going to be affected. And yes, while he gets a profit, we don't really benefit from that. If you don't have those 3 pillars in balance, lighting and greenwashing, which is what he's doing. The other thing is a golf course. Did you know that there is a 2.23% higher incidence of Parkinson's for those that live within a 1 to 3 mile radius of a golf course? I did not sign up to live on a golf course. I came from Cuba. My husband immigrated from Romania. He served in the military, and we're both members of society. We pay our taxes, and we did not choose to live on a golf course. We also didn't choose to live near neighbors that will pollute. We chose a quiet area. I love agriculture. I garden. I live of the land. The things that I do, I share with my neighbors. I share with my friends. I really want you to take a closer look at the green lighting and the greenwashing that is behind this development. I want you to take a look. Thank you very much for your time. I oppose this.
Wait, your turn. My name is Adi Sandhu. That's my beautiful wife you just heard from. I also live at 5505 Old Lexington Road with her. We have 2 beautiful children. Judge is 7 and Mercy is 5. And we have the pleasure of raising them in this agricultural, rural area that we have intentionally sought out, found, and acquired. The family that built the home personally handed it down to us. They, in a sense, wanted to make sure that the right family takes over. They built it in 1970. I've got to know my neighbors really well. Deborah rescued my daughter on her 3rd birthday We had everybody looking for her. She went from our house over here all the way across past Lucius's house and Jennifer's house and past Blackman's house and over to Deborah. And she was admiring the art in the front yard. We know our neighbors. We all have a tight-knit community. We all made conscientious decision to live in this agricultural rural area with intent. We look out for each other and we're looking out for each other now. And I want you to know that you as our representatives are here to look out for us. When Andrew Barr purchased this property, he purchased agricultural rural property, not a commercial property. The straw man argument that Athens is lacking this rural sporting event is just false. It's not true. We're not lacking it. I can make the same argument that we're lacking a space for storage of nuclear waste facility in Athens because we don't have any. But I can say anything I want. The truth is, it's a lovely property. I hope it gets used for what it's actually zoned for. And I hope he uses it for that. He's a welcome neighbor. We love what we have. We just want to keep it what it is. If I get 10 new neighbors out of it, that's fine. We'll have 10 new members of our society. And we'll appreciate them and we'll look after them. But this 200 RVs with 200 speakers and 200 possibly additional drivers that are going to flow in with these RVs every Friday and flow out every Sunday. And they have nowhere to go out except right through here, some crazy intersection that doesn't even exist yet. And then out through here, and this is the most wild curve and it bangs like on a racetrack. It goes so far, you can't make a left turn out of here. You'll die trying, especially with an RV. And then you have all the deliveries, you have everything else, and then just everybody straying into our properties over time. It's gonna happen. You're so close now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
How are y'all doing? My name is Andrew Cruz. I live at 5555 Old Lexington Road. My wife was the first one to speak up here. Now, granted, I'm not as eloquent as my wife is. However, the Lord blessed me to be the sledgehammer. All right. So one thing that my wife mentioned was Blackwater. All right. 200 units of Blackwater. Okay. Mr. Sams. Now, that bottle in front of you, sir, you see how clear your water is? Imagine there's like a little tint of yellow. All right. Because someone peed in your water bottle. That's what we're talking about with Blackwater here. You're talking about 200 units of Blackwater that possibly could be poisoning my children. Now, I have 3 kids, 6, 4, and 2 years old. Granted, obviously, they enjoy a good agricultural property right now. They enjoy nature the way the Lord made it. And we're trying to preserve that for them, for that future generation. I don't want to see them poisoned by 200 units of people coming in, getting drunk on football games, and basically screwing up our way of life. All right. Also, one thing my wife mentioned was an RV, the size of an RV, or how it drives. All right, Ms. Felice, you mentioned with the Chick-fil-A thing previously that you were concerned about 5-year-olds running around in a parking lot, okay, being at risk of being hit by a car that's going 5, 10 miles an hour, right? On Lexington Road, that speed limit is 50 miles an hour. Do you know the size of an RV is about the size of a school bus? All right. In Afghanistan, I've seen children ran over by vehicles the size of school buses. That is a vision that I live with every day. I don't want to see the sand dunes children have to go through that. I don't want to see them have to go through that. All right. Now, I don't know why Mr. Barr is just trying to make a quick buck, poisoning our kids or run them over with RVs. But I ask y'all, please think about the neighborhood, think about the land and how we can preserve it for future generations. Thank you.
Anybody else to speak?
I am Jennifer Malcolm and I live at 5525 Old Lexington Road and I've been there 50 years. My home is going to be directly impacted because Andy's property is directly behind us with an access road to the right of my home. It will destroy our organic garden. And Andy keeps saying that we're just 1/10 of a mile from the first RV park, where the first RV will be parking. Well, our other neighbors, the Sandus, are exactly 1/10 of a mile from my home. We can hear them in their yard. We can hear the dog barking. We can hear them talking. And then with this coming in, plus the fairgrounds, it's going to be a disaster. We're introducing crime. We moved our son out of an area where there were robberies and shootings, and we put a guest house in the back of our property. His guest house main bedroom is exactly 10 yards from Andy's road that he's proposing to come through our property. So we, as a whole neighborhood, beg y'all to give us mercy here.
Anybody else? This is a competition.
Rudy Chima, 235 Millstone Circle. And wow. I mean, come on, folks. We can't even get water into trailer park down the road on 29 for years. And now we're gonna accommodate this. I couldn't purchase on that road because there was nothing available when I moved there 9 years ago, or I would be on that road. But I'm close enough. I'm off of Morton and Shoal Creek Farms. I can't believe that what I hear every Saturday night comes from over 2.5 miles away and is the fairgrounds. So this is only 1.7 miles from my house. It's gorgeous. We've already screwed up and going to put a fire station on Old Lexington Road. I don't know how they're going to work that out because there's only 2 lanes. So here we are degrading again what we have out in East Athens. We live out there because we like the way it is. We don't want RVs. I go camping. I'm not an RV camper, I'm a tent camper. And when I go into these parks, I get as far away from the RVs as I possibly can because you've got generators, you've got noise, you've got music, and I love music, make no mistake about that. But I want peace, I want quiet. 9 years ago, when we moved there, the sky was as dark as it could be. And I thought that I was at my son's house in Montana, reaching up, and grabbing the stars. Y'all have done a good job of watching all of that go away. It's less light, more pollution. And there's just no reason for this. Now, Mr. Barr wants to develop that land, and then around the corner, he's got a big old sign for sale for gaming as far as hunting land. He calls it hunting land, and that's what he's trying to sell. So I don't know what he's trying to do, but they didn't like what he wanted to do in Oglethorpe County. And I don't think we like what he wants to do in this county. I say that he stays in his own county, Oconee, and build it there. Maybe he can build it in his backyard if he's got that much land or that much money, but leave us alone. And remember, y'all work for us. You live with us. We live with you. You want a drive-through, you don't want a green space, and now you want to take away more green space. Come on, folks. Let's stop this nonsense.
Okay, thank
Save
you.
these people.
Anybody else to speak in opposition? Hey, hearing.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Quinn Shreve. I live at 5545 Old Lexington Road with my mom there. I think it's 400 feet from where this is going to be, like she was saying. I believe that describing this project as low impact does not align with reality. The environmental needs for 200 RVs and a golf course are not low impact. The traffic would not be low impact. I know a couple people have mentioned the curve on Old Lexington Road. There's like steep curve goes around a bend where you can't see. About once every 6 months, we have someone land in our driveway because they wipe out on that curve. And that's, you know, a regular sized car. That's not RVs trying to get around that. So, we have a nice forested community. We have a lot of wildlife. And this would drastically change our community. I don't believe it affects the character of our neighborhood. And I believe the applicant is more concerned with profit than any benefit to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right, the applicant has 2 minutes to respond.
Just a few clarifications. Thank everybody for all the feedback and input. We certainly are not trying to ram this down anybody's throat. So we're trying to figure out a working solution that meets the needs. Staff has determined it is a compatible use, and within the AR zoning in Athens-Clarke County, commercial outdoor recreation is a compatible use. I do want to point out, I had several conversations with Tim Griffith with ACC Traffic, talk through the traffic numbers. This did not meet the threshold for traffic impact analysis, and he had no concern as to our proposal where RVs would enter and exit. The Lexington Highway portion, that is not intended as an RV entrance. That was just simply for the farm stand. The portion that goes down to Old Lexington to the Plan South there was intended to be emergency vehicles, emergency service only. It has very limited frontage. It's not intended to be a full service drive. I do want to offer up, we've heard a lot about events tonight. We don't want events. We don't want noise. We want a quiet, peaceful place. So
You gonna police it?
willing to offer up if there are any conditions that want to be placed on this. We're open to any of those negotiations. Thank you for your time.
All right, who wants to start?
I guess, I mean, the idea of an RV park is, you know, one I'm not opposed to. We don't have one here in Athens. I do have some concerns about this, just, you know, it's weird property shape and I guess I have a question for Bruce. Are there any like setback requirements for this type of development? Because it does seem pretty close to some of those property lines.
So there are setback requirements in AR for development of residential uses. That's certainly something, you know, buffering is another thing that can be taken up as part of a special use consideration. So that would be open for discussion on this.
What would the buffer requirement be if these were buildings?
So the reason why I'm flipping through this, and I don't know it off the top of my head, is the AR zone is different.
Okay.
It does get treated differently. We typically have less density concern with our buffering. So the wording here is that whenever any non-residential use other than agricultural abuts a residential district other than AR, those buffer, so that's the buffering requirements wouldn't apply in that case. The special use, and that's if somebody was coming in by right. So the special use is an opportunity to take into account the unique circumstances with the property, with the use, and any other sort of circumstantial things that come along with it and establish those buffers as part of the review and the approval, if it moves forward for approval.
So is there no requirement, if it was a residential structure, would there be a required setback from the property lines?
So we have, let me answer the question on setbacks. The buffering
or setback, I guess setback or buffer requirements for a residential property?
So the three buffering types we have when we have incompatible uses next door to one another is 10 feet, 20 feet, and 50 feet. 10 feet planted with a fence. That's usually for a more dense application of things. 20 feet planted at a minimum is usually what you see if you don't see those densities. 50-foot natural is our baseline for not taking any action, just using whatever vegetation is there. 50 feet would be that offset. In the AR zone, there is structure separation. Again, this is thinking residentially primarily. 30 feet. We have front yard setbacks of 30 feet. We have side yards adjacent to a street of 20, and we have rear yard setbacks of 30 feet. We also have other things about the AR zone. 10% lot coverage is your maximum. So density is really, really low. These are typically residential standards. So where we have something that jumps out of the residential use, that's when we tend to consider these as special use reviews, and we can have variable setbacks and buffers.
Okay, well, that's good. Thanks, because, one of my main concerns with this plan is that it does seem awfully close to the property line. So, at the least, I would like to see those kind of like residential buffers, I think, in order for me to be in support of this. I also kind of think, and that's mostly just because it's such a weird shaped property. If this is just a square and you were plopping it down in the middle, I don't think it would be a problem, but there are a lot of adjoining properties that would be impacted. And I also kind of think that, 200 seems like a lot. I would probably have to have that be like under 100 to be in support of it, just because that does seem like a really intense use. So I think I have a lot of concerns with how this is as it's planned, and I'll let somebody else talk on. I'm sure I'll think of something else maybe.
For me, this is a huge no. I think this is exactly what a green belt is for. I'm worried about groundwater. I'm worried about septic / complete lack of sewer. Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with everything that all of our public input gave us. We're trying, I think there's been criticism over the years of piercing our green belt, and there's 113 acres in our green belt. And right now it is zoned by right to build one house per 10 acres. And I think actually, when you think about the sort of stated purpose of the green belt, it is for super low res density residential. And I think that is what makes sense to me.
I agree with what Sarah just said, and I would just add to that, that for all the environmental concerns, for all of the reasons that the surrounding neighbors are opposed to this, we all as Athenians benefit from the Greenbelt. That's a community benefit to all of us. If we give this up, there's no real community benefit aside from revenue that we'll get from taxes, maybe from sales of, I don't see the community benefit for what we would give up, giving up this size of a parcel, this use. Mostly for people from outside of Athens to come for temporary stay and then leave.
Yes, it's the temporary nature of it. You're not creating a community really. And that is part of what I would like to see with a large development, especially one of this size, is create a new community that kind of is part of that. I mean, just even before all the environmental issues, which there are tons. Yeah. At least something to think about.
200 short-term rentals. And I've been to, I don't know what it's called, one of the RV parks for football. I mean, it is all that. It is nothing but that. And they're not trying to hide it. It's in the middle of an industrial park. Raise hell all you want. No one cares. That's why it's there. And it's a great community. I mean, they're having a good time and they're safe and they're kids and there's nothing wrong with it. but it wasn't quiet when I went there. It was a football game and it was great. There's nothing I see that would restrict that, or should there be? But as I think Jennifer mentioned a little bit, it is the green belt in a sense, and there might be a place in some areas that aren't in an industrial place that this might make more sense. But when you put it next to property with houses on it, or you put it even next to a certain farm and, or a neighborhood next to a farm, that changes things because these people were there first, and that makes a little bit of difference. If this was here first and people moved nearby and they wanted to expand the RV park, yeah, it's kind of like I say when people get mad at fraternity noise on Millage Avenue and they live a block off of it. It was there. This wasn't there when these people bought here, so that does make a little difference. So, yeah.
I'm just gonna say, as someone who grew up with a family with an RV and like our summers were spent at campgrounds, like I get like that the fairgrounds is noisy, but like that's not a campground. Like you don't go to a campground and like have a concert. So like I don't and like what you're saying, like the game day sort of RV park, like that's one certain use. And sure, you don't know who could come, you know, whatever and stay, but this seems like a different vibe. Question for staff, as far as a special use, two questions. Would we be able to put restrictions like there has to be 24-hour staff or like that type of thing? I recognize too, that's like another vertical staff to like figure out how to enforce that, but like, is that the type of thing that we could add to something like this?
We've had certain uses where a condition of approval has required a 24-hour contact. You know, that information can be on file and available at all times.
Okay. And then is this like a binding plan?
Yes.
So this, I mean, y'all, this was my issue, like regardless of whatever is going on there, when I read the narrative and looked at the plan, there were like just pieces that were just missing. So to me, that was the issue of like, what are we even approving? So I guess my question is if there's anybody with questions or hesitations and would like to see changes, and staff was recommending a table anyway, would it make sense to like offer up some ideas that you would want to see changed if that's something that you would support?
There is no circumstance for me under which this would be acceptable. So if anyone else wants to talk about that, I'm.
The design and the concept is fine. The location is inappropriate.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how I feel too. Like I could be in support of something like very small there because I kind of agree with Kristen, like, you know, I know RV folks and stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean there's bad people or it's going to be a huge party, but this just seems, yeah, like Monique said, seems out of place and not the right fit for this lot. Kind of like I said before, it's just too weird a shape. If it was just like a square and you put it in the middle, good to go. But this place, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, I was gonna say what Monique said. I agree with that. It's just not, I mean, it's something that I think Athens-Clarke County could benefit from, but I don't think this is the right location.
I would add or go along with what's been said. If it were less than 200 further away, more toward Lexington Road, pushed away from the neighbors' houses, it would take less to do that. You would have to go down a whole lot. The terrain, I mean, I can read a topo map pretty easily. You can't do it on this property. Certainly not with 200. It would have to cut it down. But infringing so much on neighbors that are already there, that's an issue that I don't know that they could give, but that's what it would take, less and further away.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, we'll do the vote.
All right, we've got a motion to deny on the table. Please.
Yes.
Beresford. Yes. Paul.
Yes.
Laughlin.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Sams.
Yes.
Sanders.
Yes.
And Lord.
Yes.
All right, that is 8 yeas.
And break, so 9.
Yeah, I think since it's open. It's later. It's fine. It's on now. Let's go. Work out.
Oh, yeah, I got this, like, up here.
Good. Yeah, I was gonna say, all right, we'll find out.
Yeah, I listened to that too. I've been like looking at it. You were so like.
Oh. Yeah, that's how you should get people to stop talking. You should start beating the gavel when the light turns red. Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about that. I'm walking around with a piece of fan.
They're all staying to talk about text amendments. No? Her cute son.
Yeah, all right, minimum dwelling unit size.
Let's do it.
One is right from do the unit size first, right?
Don't ask, just.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay, so last two items on the agenda. I would like to take them up separately, but I'm gonna do a little bit of setup and I'm gonna go through it really quickly, I hope. So this is the first two of a series of text amendments that will be coming to the Planning Commission as a whole, out of the Planning Commission subcommittee. The subcommittee's been working really hard since being formed. And to the point that within less than 2 months' time, we're sitting here with two text amendments out of this group. That says a lot. I want to name some names. So the Planning Commission representatives that are on the subcommittee are Matt Hall, Krista Morales, Alex Sams, and the chair of the subcommittee is Sarah Beresford. We have membership on the subcommittee for discussion purposes from the GIC committee, initiated this. That also includes Matt, but Reverend Darrell Bloodsaw, Daniel Gilmer, Jeff Bishop, Charles Smith, Buck Bacon. They are the GIC committee members that brought these items forward, got them in front of the commission with a resolution being formed to do this work. So this is the first of a series of these. We wanted to have comment from folks about these text amendments. We'll have more opportunities for comment. So I'm saying that for the record, but also for anybody who's still viewing. Tonight was for discussion. Tonight was not for advancing these to the commission for consideration, but a chance to kind of present these ideas in a text amendment format. If there's any change to be made, if there's any input that needs to be taken into account by the committee, we will do that and bring it back before the Planning Commission for the June meeting. Why don't we go ahead and hit the next? I guess I could use.
You could use that if you were. If you want,
Or I could just yell at you.
want to use your free will, yes.
All right, so the minimum dwelling unit size. This was one that is a pretty straightforward text amendment. The full amount of the text amendment is on the screen. So presently in our code, we have a minimum floor area requirement. It's been here as long as I've worked here. My understanding it was a part of the zoning code, I think in the late 80s. So it predates unification, but having a 1,000 square foot minimum for single family homes. And then we also have less than that, 600 square feet of minimum area per unit in the RS5, single family, and RM districts. And then a multifamily dwelling would be 450 square feet at a minimum. The discussion amongst the committee was, how do we tackle this and remove the numbers? What we learned in our research was our building code officials use this when they are going out on a code enforcement check to make sure that folks have the minimum habitable floor area if there's a code enforcement issue. So it stood to reason, why don't we use this as our basis? So that is the recommendation, that the minimum habitable floor area, instead of a number, would be a requirement for all residential dwellings, regardless of type. They would meet the requirements of this adopted edition of the International Property Maintenance Code. And we did keep in a sentence that's currently in there with one qualifier, that the minimum habitable floor area that's required won't include porches, patios, garages, or carports. So if you meet the minimums in here, you can also have porches, patios, garages, and carports. It just won't count toward the minimums, because the way this code reads and the way it's set up, it's really talking about safety distances off of features inside a home. It's talking about means of egress and the distance between doorways. It's talking about how much landing you have to have at the foot of some stairs. It really focuses on safety. The other reason why I think we have landed on this as a recommendation. There is some case law that is as recent as December, I think, of last year, where in the state of Georgia, it was found in a community that I think theirs was 1,200. Y'all check me. Is that what I said? 1,200 square feet. Is that right?
1,100.
1,100. All right. 1,100 square feet was their minimum. It was challenged. The challenge succeeded, and it was found unconstitutional to have a minimum square footage that was arbitrary. It didn't have basis. So coming back to this gives us a basis that leans on health, safety, and welfare, which is the baseline test for making sure that what you're doing in your zoning code is appropriate. So that's the extent of the staff presentation on this. If committee members, if you have anything to add.
Can I just add one thing to that? I think it's like you said, the idea is that the minimum regulatory requirement ought to be governed by health, safety, and welfare considerations. The market, of course, will not often produce very small dwelling units because there's not a lot of people that want them. But there are some people who don't necessarily have a lot of choice and who would be delighted to have a 250 square foot studio apartment if the market would produce it, and that's what they could afford. And it's a roof over their head, it's shelter, and so the idea is, that arbitrarily large minimum square footage requirements are basically a method of economic exclusion. Adopting this change is not going to lead to a bunch of tiny homes getting built, because if somebody has a buildable parcel, builders generally going to want to build a larger house that will generate more margin for them, but this just gets one hurdle out of the way. And so that if somebody wanted to build apartments that didn't have 450 square feet in the studio units, that were 350 or 2, whatever, those would be lower priced and they would meet some people's needs. And so there's no health, safety, or welfare reason to object to that. And so that was the sentiment, is just, let's remove that arbitrary hurdle and let the market provide more housing choices for more different people at more different income levels.
Okay.
It's interesting that the limit was 450. Yeah, because that seems kind of high. I mean, I lived in a 300 square foot studio in California for years, so it's crazy. I didn't even realize you couldn't even have a 300 square foot apartment here. Interesting.
Let's see if this is where you live, Mike.
I lived in somebody's basement. I was one of those. I was applicable to the next one. I was an accessory suite.
Okay.
So these are examples.
These are examples of how floor plans can meet that IPMC requirement. So the lower left has dimensions for the whole of a 12 by 16 footprint. Most of these up here, I think, are going to work out to 384 square feet. The ones on the right, I know, are 384.
About what I had.
I don't even think mine was that big.
Yeah, I think mine was 300. Yeah, 300.
So it just shifts the onus to the design of the space. So from a practical standpoint, from a plan submittal standpoint, the way staff, if this were to pass as proposed, the way staff would have to verify this is we're going to have a floor plan that shows compliance. A lot of the development that we're seeing right now, these people have floor plans already. We just don't typically need them. This creates now a reason why you would need that on the record.
It seems great. I don't see why we haven't been doing this all along.
Yeah. And Matt, you said that it wouldn't necessarily create a whole bunch of tiny homes, but I wouldn't have a problem if there was a whole neighborhood of tiny homes.
Oh, absolutely. And this would open the door to that.
Yeah.
If a developer with a multifamily parcel wanted to do a tiny home thing, this removes one.
Yeah, I think that's great.
It's crazy.
Yeah, totally sounds like a good idea.
It's not allowed to. What is there any reason that 450 was? Is there any history to that?
Yeah. So if there is history, it's been lost in the midst of filing cabinets that's from I will say that the 1,000 number is fairly common. That doesn't make it anything other than common.
Right, state by state, you mean, or
Actually, in
international?
many states, yeah, within the United States, you'll see 1,000 pop up as a minimum. A lot of that was driven by concern for smaller units and the perception of what those smaller units mean. And so it was kind of everything kind of swings, pendulum sort of with policy sometimes. And so Athens has a lot of units that are south of 1,000 square feet. And I think there was a community value that said, we want more. And that number was arrived upon. I think it was common practice amongst many communities. And so it was a number that was selected. We have other numbers in the code, and we're going to talk about that in the next text amendment, that do have more of a mathematical basis for why they exist. The 450 for the multifamily was an attempt to kind of go through this exercise of what is a livable area and come up with a number.
Right.
That exercise of coming up with that predated this code.
Okay.
And so I think the 450 was an attempt to be reasonable in a multifamily context, to come up with a livable area that was safe and, met community values and was an interpretation of a building code. At that time, it was the Southern Building Code or Standard Building Code. And it was just written differently.
Bruce, I would just add to that. It was also, there's pretty good history on this that, it used to be that people with very limited means lived in, a lot of them in cities particularly lived in SROs, right? Single room occupancy, essentially a hotel style unit. And
Like a boarding.
yeah, like a boarding house kind of thing. And I think we're, I don't know, I haven't seen Athens history on this, but I think cities nationwide, there's a lot of documentation that a lot of them were trying to outlaw that when they imposed higher multifamily square foot, numbers higher than 150 or 200 or whatever.
The other thing I would add to this conversation is, this applies to the one we're talking about now, as well as the next one we're going to talk about, is that especially when we start talking about the secondary dwelling units, you have to kind of get into you got to read this over a few times before it makes sense, because it is a little bit dense. But I think from the standpoint of the committee work, if any planning commissioner has any wordsmithing or recommendations, would our ideal situation to get that feedback in the next couple of weeks so that the committee can talk about it before this comes back around into this body in June? Is that kind of the idea? Is if we got some feedback in the next couple of weeks, that would give time to tweak? And
I would say in the next week.
Okay.
This has been in your possession since Friday. It's not a ton of time, but the next meeting of the subcommittee is 2 weeks from today. And so if there was the opportunity to have something to staff that we could share by the end of next week, I think that would allow us some time to compile things and bring it back to the committee, get it to the committee, not so that we share it on Thursday, but so the committee has it in advance and we can have a meaningful discussion on that Thursday meeting. If there are changes to be made, we'd like to make them and move on to the next set of text amendments. Okay. Ready for the next one? Okay, cool.
Oh, actually, one thing about this one. Do you think that we need to refer to the definition of habitable in this, or do you think it's fine? Like the habitable is defined elsewhere.
Yeah.
Does the 9-15-15, should it refer to that?
It's all in Title IX, so I think
That's
we're
fine.
okay.
Yeah, so it's in the same title. Okay.
Sorry. Hey, stop. Who's driving?
I'm in charge.
All right, so secondary dwelling units, otherwise AKA accessory dwelling units. But there was a lot of good discussion on this topic with the committee on figuring out what words mean, working within the words we have in the code today, and adding new terms as needed to make sense out of what the target is here. And the target is as all of the text amendments that are on the study list, is to increase housing opportunity, availability, with the hope of realizing some housing affordability. And so this is an attempt to revisit the ADU question. When this was brought up a couple years ago, 3 years ago now, 2.5, the text amendment was very simple. It was very streamlined, and I think that might have been its undoing, was we have a definition in the code for guest cottage that precludes having a cooktop. And the notion, and so the notion here was, let's just allow cooktops. And that was the text amendment 2.5 years ago, was wherever those accessory buildings are allowed today, they would still be allowed, and we wouldn't have the situation of saying no cooktop anymore. I think what this discussion recently has been more nuanced. It has looked at design. It has recognized that secondary dwelling units can exist in one of two formats. One is a detached unit, which the phrasing coming out of the committee is calling those a backyard cottage. And then also as a secondary suite, which would be under roof of a structure. To distinguish two units inside of one structure from being a duplex, there was terminology coming out of committee to make sure that the secondary suite is subordinate. And we have a definition for what subordinate means. We'll get to that in a second. Also, as a set on maximum size for these. 1,000 square feet is the maximum size. That was an attempt to address scale, but also balance it with livability. There was a lot of discussion in the committee about who are the people that we're intending this for. I thought it was a really good discussion. It's meant to hit kind of a wider range of opportunities, and particularly folks perhaps that are aging in place or have mobility issues. 1,000 square feet was deemed by the committee to be a more reasonable number to allow for access, wider doorways, more mobility within a restroom or a kitchen or a bedroom. So could you do smaller? Yes. But setting that ceiling at 1,000 was intended to kind of keep a context that was subordinate to a main house. There were some caveats on that though. So in the AR zone, not in an AR neighborhood, because AR neighborhoods by definition are meant to be like treated on the same level as RS subdivisions. But where you have AR property, there would be no maximum square footage on these units. The thinking there is you have more space. The context is different. Other rules would apply. You have other things like lot coverage and setbacks and such. The definition of subordinate would still apply. So let's talk about that. Subordinate means three things are in place. One, that the unit is behind the front building plane of the primary structure. So it can't be in the front yard. Two, that it's oriented towards a primary structure and toward the interior of the property or toward a right of way. So what is it not oriented toward? It's not oriented towards the neighbors. Three, with reference to scale, the unit must have less square footage and fewer bedrooms than the primary. So that's what's helping differentiate it from a duplex. Typically, doesn't have to be, but a duplex is typically a mirror footprint. This definition of subordinate would preclude that from happening and keep this other unit in a secondary function. Another thing that was talked about a good length in committee, and there were different opinions, and I'll say this about this committee, that's what's cool about this committee. Nobody's drinking from the same cup in this committee. Everybody has takes on this that work their way around the room. And the end product is after a lot of discussion and consensus, perhaps total 100% agreement. I haven't seen it yet, but consensus for sure. So it's a good group. But with regard to parking, the notion here was that secondary dwelling units may include, but aren't required to include, one additional off-street space. we know that's going to be a point of discussion. But coming from committee, I think this was a starting point. So where are these things going to be okay? So permitted with limitation, we have RS, RM, commercial zones, and the AR, where these units would be fine. Where they would not be permitted is largely where we don't allow residential today. So we don't allow residential in industrial. We don't allow it in EI, the light industrial. We do allow some residential in EO, or employment office zone. But that tends to be more of housing associated with an office park or a campus development. In this case, these were not kind of folded into that context. And then the IN is the institutional zone. That is meant to be more of a campus setup, and those are approved almost through a PD process. We don't have any of it on the map. But if there was a need for this, it could be taken up as part of the IN discussion and be made part of a binding plan. So we really have the 4 zoning categories where these are an option. There were some other things that, come on now. There we go. Other items that the committee took up, and I apologize for the small font. I wanted to get this on one slide. But the group did agree that there were some other items that needed to be thought about. One is that, the whole point of this is to increase opportunities for housing, and this is a way to do it. The second bullet point is recognition that a good bit of discussion was about design. What should these look like? Not just orientation wise, but what will be the material? What are the design expectations? And thinking that there needs to be input from the public, input from this body, and we know we're going to get input from the commissioners on the notion of design as we move along. Third bullet point is kind of an exciting thought, and I think committee's excited about it, staff's excited about it. The notion here is that these backyard cottages in particular are a bit of a new animal to live in our code. There is an expense with those. Anytime you're doing something new and somebody's going to come forward, those tend to go to the people that are easily capitalized to jump at it. The point here is to make these available to everybody. So a strategic thought here, that the date of adoption doesn't need to be the same as the date of effectiveness for the ordinance. And that the time in between could allow for a design competition to take place. Let's get the rules in place and say that they've been adopted. Let's have an effective date that allows time for a design competition that essentially builds a catalog of plans. And the competition would set the bar to say, you will be eligible to win this competition or be recognized for a prize of some sort if you meet the code expectations that we've outlined. That would be the criteria. Further, I think we were expecting that what the participants would do is try to create architectural treatments that fit Athens and create a book of plans that could become off-the-shelf options for those folks that can't afford an architect or might not have the means to put together a design. We've got a set of plans that are already approved. All you have to do is work out the site work to get it located properly on your property. But the plan itself, here you go. And the goal would be for the cost of the paper to print it on or whatever it may be, some nominal thing, somebody could have a set of plans. Fourth bullet is coming back to that parking notion. And what this bullet tries to outline is there needs to be recognition given that certain circumstances are going to work better for parking than others. We have right-of-ways that are narrow where on-street parking is not a viable option, or perhaps a one side of the street option is the only way to go. Certainly speed or amount of traffic on a given roadway may impact that as well. So this was a talking point on more than one occasion with the subcommittee. So we just wanted to get that in front of the public and all of you. And then some images. So this is the kind of thing we're talking about. We had a tour scheduled for this morning until it got rained out to actually visit some examples in Athens with the committee. We're going to do that next time we meet. And we can also certainly take up whatever input we receive too. But the point is, we need to get familiar with this as a type. And it lives among us. This may be new to our code for single family. It's not new to our code for multifamily, and it's certainly not new to our community as far as having these existing in many, many contexts. It's surprising how many have, the tour that we were going to do today, we were doing the walking kind of layout of it. We had to struggle to pick the path because we had so many options. There was a boulevard option. There were several 5 points options. And so the one that we landed on, we felt pretty confident we could do in 2 hours. And it was, how many were we likely to visit? It was almost 20?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And the route was really simple. It was parking at the 5 Points Fire Station, going 2 blocks down Millage Circle, coming back, going down the alley behind the Stiles Apartments, coming
I
out.
used to live in one of those.
Okay.
I was about to say, I had one of the ones on right there behind what's the antique store now? You know, I was at 117.5 Westview, so my address, my driveway was on the other side. But I lived in that house for like 9 years when I was a grad student. It was only like 800 square feet. I loved it. I could walk across the street to Earth Fair. It was fantastic.
Cool spot.
Yeah, it was a great spot.
And so coming up Lumpkin, there are several that you can view looking to the east on Lumpkin. And then coming down to, was it Greencrest?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Carlton? Carlton, isn't that right?
Carlton.
We were gonna walk down Carlton and then take a turn and go up Millage Terrace. Several there.
Yeah.
And then we were gonna take a little spin on the other side of South Millage, where there are just a handful of things within easy walking distance. But I think the smallest one that we could find was on Morton? Northview, there we go. It's pretty remarkably small.
How small is it?
We were gonna find out. I
Okay.
was gonna lay tape measure on it if we could, but it's right at the corner of Northview and Woodrow? No, what's that side road?
That is Woodrow.
Woodrow, look at me.
It's, there are 2 on that property. One is 702 square feet, the other one is 368.
Oh, yeah.
And the 368 one was built in 1961.
I could live in either one of those. Perfect.
That's. So,
Good job.
Hey.
You know, we want to build comfort with this concept because it definitely, it has folks that are for it and it has definitely got some detractors. And so the notion here with the subcommittee is to build familiarity through the design contest, but also to draw attention to the fact that we have these all over the place. Dozens and dozens and dozens. And we've also permitted many guest houses. Perfectly legally, using the code that we have today, with the understanding that they just didn't have a full service kitchen. There was no cooktop, no oven. We're gonna pull that data and have that available so that we can speak intelligently about how many of those we permitted, because I think that's also an important thing to understand. All right, I'll stop. Any questions about, there's a lot of text to this. This is a much longer text amendment. I didn't put the whole thing on the screen. So if you haven't read it, I encourage you to read it. Sarah's point, push at it. If the wording has sticking points, bring it to our attention.
I was gonna say, I had a specific question about the AR and that when I lived out in Colorado, I had a friend that had, an apartment above a barn. So they managed like the ranch property. So like if the barn was bigger than the primary house, does that count as like, it's not really a subordinate?
Is it part of the barn or is it?
Yeah, it's like the top of the barn.
Okay.
It's like the second story of the barn. So how would that be? How would that be?
That is not different than a garage apartment.
Okay, yeah, that's
So
true.
The apartment above the garage is the unit. The
Okay.
garage where people park, not the unit.
So if it was like a big horse stables and then just had a 1-bedroom apartment on the second floor, it would just count like a garage.
And I think
Okay.
that's a really, like I found, when I'm looking at this, that's kind of an interesting and fun and useful way to look at this code is sort of like imagine yourself like, okay, I want to build whatever, right? You want to build a apartment on top of a garage or I want to build, and then like see if this code gives you what you need. to figure out whether you can build or not and what the limitations might be around that. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the only one I could think of when I.
So will there be room in the design standards for modular? Like I keep seeing so many different advances where you can buy a tiny house on Amazon and slap it together in there.
Yeah, like a Sears catalog house.
Yeah, I mean,
Non-stick build.
yeah, it still leaves the freedom for stuff like that.
I think we just don't get into design standards at all in here really, right?
But that's just code, right?
Well, okay, so, and the committee did talk about that too, that many of these may be of a prefab sort, right? If you overregulate the design, you remove the potential for the prefab option, which is potentially the most affordable version of this. I think there was an acknowledgement of that in not trying to overregulate the design. However, there was much discussion about making sure that the materials and the placement aren't jarring and aren't disruptive for the neighbors in particular. And so I think what we're going to end up talking about, the text amendment right now just puts the structure in place to let these happen. I think we're hoping that the design contest gives some shape and gives some predictability to some of the things that you're likely to see happen, but not become overly prescriptive. Mark?
The group did explicitly say they wanted feedback from this body, the public, and the mayor and commission on designs. That was
one of the takeaways.
Explicitly said.
I love the idea of having the design catalog that they can just, pick from, kind of like right off the shelf. I think that's great.
But I think it would be great if that did include some prefab options that were pretty creative, because that is probably the most effective and cost-effective way to be able to get it done.
Yeah, I know it'd probably be too hard to have pre-approved prefab things, because then you'd have to get into
I think building
like a
standards.
category of, yeah.
Building standards are one thing, design standards are another.
Yeah, building standards.
To say that I can't have a little gabled roof on my, because it's not the design code for this little house in the backyard, I think that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think that's just nuts.
Yeah.
But making sure that the materials used.
Yeah.
Pass code, things like that, that makes a lot of sense. to me.
Yeah, it's not just like a shed, it's got insulation.
Yeah, right. There are building standards for it, but the idea that it can't be red, or, you can't, things like
Can't
that.
have a tin roof or something. I wouldn't want
Yeah.
that kind of stipulation.
Exactly. That to me is way over,
I think keeping it within the health and safety
Exactly.
as we had with the FAR makes sense, but
Yes.
I'm imagining there's a lot of building materials that are coming down the pike that we just don't know of yet.
Yeah.
That could be more cost effective, could be more environmentally friendly.
Especially for
Well, the
prefab
kits will
stuff.
have design standards too. You already have a selection from the kits that you build the tiny home out of,
For sure, to your question specifically about prefab, this does not speak to that at all. In other words, it doesn't
It
prevent.
doesn't prohibit it, it doesn't speak to it in any capacity.
Right.
I guess as long as they met whatever other standards there were.
It should be a standard that addresses both stick build and prefab, right? Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that was discussed on the committee, and this is what I'm about to say is my opinion. I'm not sure that it represents that of anyone else on the committee, and certainly not everyone, but in some areas in Athens, there are design standards that apply to the construction of a new single-family home, like in a historic district. And
Fair, yeah.
if you're in Boulevard, you're gonna need to go and get a certificate of appropriateness for your design for your new ADU that you want to put in your backyard, because you're in a historic district. But because what we're trying to do here is open the door to new, more affordable housing things, I think we, as a matter of principle, should not apply design standards that don't apply to principal residences. So if you're in an area that's not in a historic district. If I'm in Forest Heights, there's no historic district. If I want to put up a gabled Victorian looking ADU, more power to me, right? I mean, I just think neighbors complain sometimes in 5 Points, somebody tears down an old house and puts up an enormous new house that they think is not in keeping with the neighborhood, but we don't regulate that. We allow that to happen. And so I think we should treat secondary dwelling units according to the same principle.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, Chris, just one clarification on
the definition of subordinate on the second page, what you had on the slide was more complete than what is in the handout.
I noticed that too. I had some suggested, that wording still to me seems a little bit awkward, and what I wrote down from our committee meeting was what we said was the orientation of the subordinate, this is just related to orientation of the subordinate dwelling shall relate to the principal structure and not to surrounding properties. Like that part was a little simpler. To me, that was more understandable than what made it. So we might.
What you had on the slide, which I think is important, was or toward the interior of the property or toward a right of way. So if you have a corner lot, and there's a principal house facing street A, and you want to build something facing the perpendicular street B, you can do that, but this doesn't allow that. This says, what's on the handout says secondary dwelling orientation shall be toward the property on which it is located and not to adjacent property. It doesn't have all the extra stuff about orientation that's on your slide there. So I just wanted to flag that. I'm sure, but I think the way you have it there feels right.
Or the interior. Sarah, is that?
I think so, yeah, I think, and maybe you, because I assume that the committee's gonna look at this one more time before it comes back here, so, but yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I did also, so there's something you said earlier that made me pause for a second, which is that, for AR, that's not ag neighborhood, but AR, we're not limiting the size of the accessory or, right, but it is still subordinate.
Yes.
Okay, so that piece still applies. Okay.
So does that mean somebody can do a 3,000 square foot ADU if they have a 4,000 square foot house in an AR?
And one fewer bedroom in those 3,000 square feet.
Right. Yeah. I guess that seems fine. On 10 acres, you know, if you want. So, is there, going, I just have one more very small nit, which is in the definition on the first page of backyard cottage, which, by the way, for the benefit of everyone, the committee discussed how a lot of people hate the word ADU or accessory dwelling unit or don't know what it means or it sounds foreign. But backyard cottages sound like much more, you know, warm and fuzzy. And so we went with that on purpose for that reason. So in that definition, Bruce, I wanted to call everyone's attention to one thing, but then also make what I think is a necessary edit. So the second sentence says the structure must be accessory and subordinate to the old definition of ADU says to a single family dwelling. And we changed that to principal dwelling because if you live in a duplex in a single family neighborhood, you should be allowed to build an ADU too, I think, right? And that was a conscious decision the committee made. And that's what the word principal instead of single family is doing, if anyone wondered that. And then the correction, Bruce, is the parentheses then says, see definition of subordinate and dwelling single family. And I think, and dwelling single family should be deleted there. Because that's a holdover from the previous definition.
That's right.
Because you could, in theory, if you had like one of those houses on Boulevard that's divided up into a bunch of apartments, you could still put something in the backyard because it's not, I mean, that would be perfectly okay. Because it's not a single family house, but it would still be able to have a backyard cottage.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I get that. That makes sense to me.
So yeah, I like I'm a big fan of the ADUs or backyard cottage, all of that. As long as it's subordinate. What somebody in our committee brought up, and it was in my brain, just hadn't come out properly, is, and this is why I'm always so big on the market. Market's massive and powerful. It's going to flow and we can do all our regulations and this and that, but the market's just going to go right on top of it. Market's going down right now. I'm looking at all of this in this committee as if we don't need any more housing or we do need housing, because if we just do it to get more housing, we're gonna have a problem somewhere. It's coming, you can't overcorrect, and so we don't want to. And we're doing a good job, I think, doing things smart. And we have our discussions and you win some, you lose some, but the committee walks out at least in agreement. But somebody did bring up the interesting thing about all of this. And I don't have a backyard cottage. I have my house and that's it. If I were to build one, value of my house goes up and it's out of reach of more people. And this was a banker that said this, and that's an interesting thing. We are doing things that, oh, it's gonna do this, but we're gonna get flanked. And you're always getting flanked in business, and it's not always a bad thing or a good thing, you just don't see it. So the flanking of this is everybody runs out and does this, which everybody won't. I'm gonna bring that up in a minute, but the property just went up. And a house went from $300,000 to $500,000. And that's a big jump. If you're in real estate, you know how hard it is to take somebody from that one to that one and then to the next. So that's just an interesting thought out there that's just coming around the corner. It doesn't mean I'm not in favor of these. It's just there. The other thing is they're not cheap. I mean, if I go, whether it's, prefab or any of that, it's going to cost money. And we talked about guest houses versus the cottage, I guess, and the kitchen is the main thing. And so there are reasons why people might just have a guest house and not a full-on, full-time rental type thing. And because there's going to be a lot of cost involved in doing that. And so that's why there's a little difference. But there's always kind of something out there. And so, but the view that I'll be bringing back to the, or continuing to do with the committee is let's don't make regulations and ordinances in a panic, because it is not always going to be this way. Because I used to own some apartments on Millage Avenue. We couldn't rent them all out 20 years ago. On Millage, because it was 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. Everybody snubbed it. But so it's not always just like we gotta have. These ordinances will hopefully be in a way that it doesn't harm. And I'm a big fan of do no harm to the good people in this world who have saved their money, bought a house, and they don't want a trailer park next to it, or done this. So we don't want to do things that collapse the value of the neighbor. And that's where I threw a little pushback on the size of units, and not units, but of houses. I'm cool with that now because it's less regulation. But not to carry on, but we always have to kind of think the market's doing this always. And you get in the middle of that and you're having to look around, you're going to get hit. You just try to narrow it down to how bad. And so you put one of these in your backyard, the value of your house went up. Although as I said in the meeting last, I've had several clients that every time there's one of those at a house, they don't want it. They're like, what am I going to do with it? So, but the value of the house still goes up, and it will sell for that, but it also takes some of the market away. So always something.
Alex, to your point, though, that could actually be a help to get some people into a home that they couldn't otherwise afford, because now they've got an extra structure they can rent out.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm looking at a $500,000 house in 5 Points that has an ADU, I can get $2,000 a month off of that.
Right.
Or it could be,
Or that other family member
Right.
put some money in.
well, no, this could also.
Now in the whole, you're in the landlording business, and a lot of people don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't disagree, but the price is going to go. It's just like buying any rental.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you going to cash flow?
Well,
And that's up to the market.
Yeah,
But-
it'd kind of be like a pool. People are gonna want it when they when they buy the house or not, but I kind of see this is an interesting opportunity to maybe make up for some of the, STRs that are gonna be sunsetted too, because these would still be allowed to be short-term rentals. Because it's, if the person lives on property, so, you can still have, a lot of people are probably gonna want to build these and make them short-term rentals, because there's not gonna be any more short-term rentals in 5 Points soon, because they're all gonna be sunsetted,
And that's
So-
a good short-term rental.
Yeah, and this is a good short-term rental. This is the ones that we're trying to encourage people to have. So I think, this would be, more of an asset to it's gonna help renters who might rent them like I did when I was a grad student, or, short-term rentals. And so, yeah, it'll make the house property value go up, which, hurts affordability in that category. But
you know, helps out the renters, I guess, so. Makes
But
it.
the banks don't go along with the potential rent.
Yeah.
That's the problem somebody's gonna have. But again, that's market issue. That's not our issue.
Yeah.
Too, in the affordable housing space, they are starting to recognize that income as something that can play into your loan. So Fannie and Freddie.
Yeah, they'll count 75%
Yeah.
of the rent.
Especially if you said you were gonna make it a short-term rental, probably, you could be like, I'm gonna make a ton of money off this thing and, you know. Cause it's almost like you're buying a rental investment with the property that you're buying.
I'm not saying that would apply across all levels of homes, you know, home prices, but I think there's a place for that would be, that it does help people if they can count that income to help them get the loan.
Edits, stuff
Yes, please.
by, what is today, Thursday? No later than next Thursday, right?
If we,
Ideally, early next week.
early next week would be awesome. That'd be.
Yeah, I don't really have, I mean, I think it's, I don't have anything specific for you.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get any homework from me. I like it as it is.
I
really.
do want to clarify, there was the big thing about the design contest. Design standards by neighborhood, I totally get. It's the idea that the Clark County is gonna say, you can only do these 5 styles of a home.
That's not what the design.
I think it would just be an option that you wouldn't have to pay for
Okay,
an architect.
I was just making sure, I was probably going on and.
Not the only option.
Approved
Jumping on track,
designs
it's actually
that,
good.
like,
Okay,
we have
gotcha.
those actually, like, 20 years ago, we did a conference, 30 years ago, we did a competition for pre-approved infill designs in historic districts. And there's 4
Okay.
that are on our website, a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, and a 4-bedroom house that are just automatically allowed in historic districts.
Got it, okay.
And so it would just be something like that, just a resource.
Yeah.
Plans are free or a nominal cost, and
Okay.
people can just build them if they don't, if they're trying to do it on a budget.
Yeah, because that would save people a lot of money, because it's a big cost to get those plans drawn up, and especially then you come and you don't even get to build it, and yeah, it's good.
Bruce, I was gonna mention that our pre-approved historic district infill plans that are online, the 1 and 2-bedroom units are under 1,000 square feet. So that might be a good starting point for, I mean, we can do a competition and get some new ones, but you could also just take the 2-bedroom, 952 square foot one that we have online, Excellent. build that. Yeah,
Very smart.
And those were designed to be expanded over time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another kind of feature of this that I think is an interesting concept. But appreciate the feedback and getting any kind of edits back next week would be fantastic.
Report.
Yes, really quickly, really quickly. 10-year-old is waiting.
10:30 is the end time.
No, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. The zoning items that went up from last month's meeting to the mayor and the commission, if you didn't watch, the results went as follows. The request for 155 Whit Davis Road was withdrawn.
Davis, which one was that
So Whit Davis, that was a LIHTC project, right off of Whit Davis, right behind, next to the park.
Storage place.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. The request for 4190 Lexington Road and 150 Pine Cone and 120 Mertz, the rezone to RM1. There was a request to hold that until the June meeting. The applicant is in conversation with Commissioner Davenport to work through some potential changes to the submittal, possibly involving a binding plan. I think that's one of the outcomes that Commissioner Davenport was interested in. So that'll come back in June.
That will come back to us or to the
No,
county?
to the county commission. 1165 Oglethorpe was voted on, was passed with a commission defined option. So the one condition that they carried forward word for word from this group was about the access to Landor, the street on the back, that it would be only for emergency access. After a community meeting, they were responding to some feedback to make the project only 2 stories. And so keeping the same square footage, that took the building and made the footprint go bigger. So those binding setbacks that they proffered wouldn't work. And so they took those away. Building now is required to be no more than 2 stories. And There is an enhanced buffer along the western lot line, an additional 5 feet with a fence over and above the normal buffer. The landor condition, and the same conditions about age restriction and the AMI. So that passed. And then the request for new Jimmy Daniel, the townhomes, that passed. There you go. The only other thing I would point out is next time we meet with y'all, the planning department will be fully staffed. For the first time in 8 years, we will have all positions filled. Nice. The last piece is a planner 2, and she starts May 25th. Bringing her all the way back from Chicago, but she's an Athenian. She was working for APA. So we'll be at 100% strong.
You're not afraid to jinx it by announcing it?
Her mom is dialed in, so mom's not gonna let it down. Yeah.
Mom's like, move home.
That's it. That's it. So that's, yes, more?
Clark just said, officers.
Tell them that.
Are we doing that? Oh, yeah.
Oh, shoot, yeah,
Yeah, the nominating committee. Yeah, we've been hard at work.
Yeah, we've been.
Oh, man, we had so many meetings.
When did we vote?
The other day.
Half of our slate has responded, the other half hasn't, so we're still waiting on something. So do we
Okay.
need to vote on that tonight, or should we vote on that in June? When does the?
I mean, the officers need to be in place for this July meeting.
So we have to elect them in June.
Yeah, is that
Must do.
fine? Yeah, no problem.
I feel like the people who need to know will know, and we will have a slate and chance to be able to vote.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Barring anybody just throwing their hat in at the last minute, but like, there's a slate. so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good job. 50%. All right.
It's a really easy job that should have been done fast, but
We have time.
I tried.
yeah. That's
I have no report.
No
That was my
business?
report, so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor of adjourning?
fine.
But,
Hey.
right,